Welcome to the stream. Today's going to be very simple. We got a request to look at a actualize.org video, absolute versus relative truth. So we're going to do that. Very simple, very easy. Seems like a very simple type of topic, and there's a lot of depth to get into. So we're going to get into it. Should be a lot of fun for us. Maybe we'll learn a thing or two, or less, or more. Depends on if we're going to be absolutely thinking about what we're learning or relatively what we're thinking about learning. I'm not entirely sure yet. We'll figure something out. Hey, what's up, Ken? So that's the plan for the day. Let's get right into it. The truth is not the truth. From Rudy Giuliani. Beautiful.
This is a long overdue foundational episode that's going to help you to make a distinction between relative and absolute truth, to understand what these two types of truth are.
Two truths. Very important. He said it just then. This is a foundational episode. So, let's try to pay attention, I guess.
Which turns out to be very, very important, because
very
failure
important
to make this distinction leads to all sorts of traps and conflations, which we'll get into the second half of this episode.
Okay.
This episode is very much geared towards opening your mind to the possibility of the existence and your personal access to absolute truth, that such a thing is even possible.
Very simple. We're learning if we can get into understanding that there's a possibility for absolute truth. We don't want to get into this idea of conflating the word truth with all these different. Here we're only giving two different concepts, splitting truth in the middle, I guess, and giving two different ways of seeing it. So we always want to be careful to understand that if somebody is using a word, it's a broad concept. One person using a word very broadly, and another person comes and they split this broad concept into multiple distinct, precise, differing definitions. We probably want to be more keen on the precise definition to understand more clearly and see the world with higher precision, generally speaking. So we're going to get a little bit of that from here about truth.
So this episode connects with previous episode called Understanding Relativism Part 1. There's also going to be a Part 2, which I haven't released yet, so stay tuned for that.
Okay.
That will also be relevant, but this is not Part 2. This is its own thing, this episode.
He's going to be recommending a lot of videos, like hours and hours of content. We'll take it for granted that we know some things from the other parts.
Another episode I recorded called What is Truth? That's a very powerful one. Make sure you go watch that. And another one I recorded called How to Discover What's True. That's also an extremely powerful one. Oftentimes I get people asking on the forum, in the comment section, but Leo, how do I know what's really true? How do I discover the truth for myself if I'm not just going to be adopting beliefs and dogmas?
Don't do that.
Well, that's why I recorded that episode. Go watch it. It's a very powerful episode. That episode will change your whole life. It'll change your entire epistemology if you do what's in that episode. But I won't repeat myself here.
That was another one where he's saying it's an important episode. It'll change your entire life. He's saying these very lofty, grand type things. We do want to be very aware when people are being, they're trying to add emphasis to the points that they're making. It's very difficult to do in common parlance, and when speaking with normal people, it's very difficult to underline something or to bold a statement that you're saying. It's very difficult to do. So we want to try to open ourselves up to be more aware of when people are trying to emphasize points so that we can pay a little bit more attention.
There's another episode I recorded called What is Actuality? It's kind of weirdly titled. That also helps to point you to truth. But anyways, before we can even point you to truth, we first have to open your mind to the possibility of the existence of absolute truth.
Okay.
And as simple as that is, you would think, the reality is that most people are simply not open to the possibility of absolute truth or to their ability to access it. So here's my question to you, very honestly right now. Don't repeat what you've heard others say, but just honestly, how do you feel? What is your belief? Do you believe there exists an absolute truth? And if it does, do you believe you can access it?
Depends on who you are in that question.
Be honest.
Depends on who you are.
For the majority of people, the answer is no.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason is because a lot of the narratives we've been growing up with in our culture in the 21st century have been permeated by notions of relativism and also by materialism, which cast doubt on the existence and the possibility of accessing absolute truth. So there's sort of two levels to it. The first level is that you might say, well, okay, maybe there is an absolute truth, but how can we really know? Who's to really say? And even if it exists out there somewhere, how could a mere human, access it? Because after all, humans, we have this veil of perception. We're living in our own little bubbles of, whatever our minds are constructing. And, our mind is just, spinning a kind of
Just
reality for us that we need to survive as a sort of a biological survival machine. That's what evolution tells us. That's what evolutionary biology and psychology might tell us and so forth. So how can we really trust the human senses? And after all, there's so much outside of the human senses. There's ultraviolet light, there's infrared light, there's microwave radiation, there's all sorts of X-rays and gamma rays and dark matter and this and that and stuff that only our telescopes and instruments can see.
He literally only said EM radiation. All of those things were just light. Why did he say that? There's a lot of the stuff that you can't see from a human perspective. There's a lot of things that you and humans cannot perceive. It depends on what you mean by you, and it depends on what you mean by human. That's always, both of those things can be a little strange sometimes. But there's so much more out there in the world, and man, you have access to it.
Science shows us clearly that we only see this much of the visible, of the light spectrum, of electromagnetic spectrum. We only see this little sliver of it. There's all this stuff outside of it. And because of this, the absolute truth must, even if it exists, must be out there somewhere for somebody else to discover, but not for humans.
Not for us to perceive, not for us to understand. I kind of wonder now, how big are rainbows? What is like the full spectrum that gets scattered and displayed when a rainbow is present? Of course, we can see the visual part of the spectrum when we see a rainbow, but if we had like some higher precision instruments that have a wider range of perception, how far into either band would it go? Would it go way, way, way farther into the ultraviolet? Would it go extremely far into the infrared? How far? I'm just kind of curious. I don't know why I'm thinking about that now, but a curiosity.
Right? See, this is the kind of narrative that you've been fed.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Or you might be so deep into relativity and relativism, and maybe even because of the things you've heard me say in the past, because I talk about relativity very deeply. It's a very profound concept that most people don't appreciate. But, thanks to postmodernism and so forth, relativism has creeped into all aspects of our culture to a certain degree. And so you might actually, your worldview might actually hold that there is no absolute truth. Mm-hmm. All that there are sort of interpretations, versions, perspectives, subjectivity, and nothing else.
All we have is subjectivity.
And that's the nature of existence. And in fact, in a recent episode I released on how your mind interprets reality, I started with a quote. I started that episode with a quote from Nietzsche. I love this quote. The quote is, what is it? It's there are no facts. There are only interpretations. Right? See, you might have seen that quote, heard that quote, and then you might have taken that to mean that, well, then there is no absolute truth. It's all just interpretations. Leo, isn't that what that episode was all about? Why did you use that quote?
Relative,
You see, as I
relative or absolute truth is what he's referring to. Which one is he referring to?
warned you at the end of that episode, I warned you that you have to be very careful about how you interpret everything I say.
Mm-hmm.
And that quote in that episode wasn't meant to be taken literally. It was presenting you with a perspective, a partial perspective. In that episode, we were focused on interpretation. That does not mean that interpretation is all that there is.
Months. Oh yeah,
Oh,
Leo's
yeah.
back, baby.
You see, you might have interpreted
I appreciate the sub. Thanks for subbing to the stream, helping us continue. Much
it that
appreciated.
way, but again, that's just an interpretation. That doesn't make it absolutely true. So anyways, your worldview might simply not have any room for absolute truth. After all, you haven't experienced it yourself. Let's assume you haven't. Otherwise, what's the point of watching this?
Assuming.
So if you haven't, then from your point of view, when I talk about absolute truth, I could be lying, I could be deluded, I could be hallucinating, I could be fantasizing, I could have a financial motive, I could be building a cult, whatever. You don't know what my situation is. I could simply be mistaken, as far as you know. So you would need some way to access the absolute truth for yourself to verify it, if such a thing exists. Or maybe it doesn't. Again, from your point of view, it could be either or. But the problem I want to address now is I'm not trying to get you to believe in the absolute truth here. I'm merely trying to open your mind, just even to the possibility that you might one day be able to access it. That's all I'm trying to do here.
Okay, we've got a very narrow goal in mind, which is good for us to understand. He's not giving us the absolute truth. He's not giving us the absolute truth. He's giving us the possibility that it's available to some people or potentially to you. Okay, good enough.
See, we're belaboring this point, but that's because most people's minds are not really open to the possibility of absolute truth, and it's a very radical possibility. So what do I mean when I'm asking you to open your mind to the possibility of absolute truth? I mean, you can absolutely know what reality is as a whole, absolutely. Absolutely what it is. That means there's no doubt, there's no possibility for error. You cannot be mistaken about absolute truth because it's absolute. By definition. It's absolutely
Simple
true.
enough.
It's true under all circumstances, as opposed to relative truth. So here we're going to start to make a distinction between absolute and relative. So what do we mean by relative? Well, most of the truths that human beings speak of when we say, oh, that's true, this is true, we use the word true and the concept true a lot.
Yep.
Throughout every daily life. I might ask you, like, did you have lunch today? And you might say, yes, I did. And then we might say, you're lying. That's false. Or we might say, he was telling the truth. So these are relative truths. These sort of human kinds of truths. But it's not merely about you having lunch or not. I mean, this extends into pretty much every human endeavor. So for example, when you say the sky is blue, you might say, well, is that a relative truth or is that an absolute truth? It's a relative truth. Why is it a relative truth? Because, and this is not so hard to understand, you see, the sky is blue is true if we assume certain contexts and other things that qualify that statement and make it very limited. So, for example, the sky is blue to a human being, we might say.
Human being today.
To a different animal
here.
that doesn't see color, the sky is not blue. The sky is blue on Earth, but that does not mean the sky is blue on Mars. Because sky itself is a relative term. Which sky are you talking about? Usually when we just say Sky, we're sort of implicitly referring to the Earth's sky, but sky is a more broad term than just the Earth. And then, the sky is blue when? At certain times in the day. The sky is not blue at night. The sky is not blue when there's a sunset or a sunrise. It's more orange. The sky is not blue when there's a lot of cloud cover. It's gray. And then if you have some sort of neurological defects, there's all sorts of people out there. There's colorblind people. There's people with weird mental conditions and genetics and stuff. To them, the sky might not be blue. It might be a different color. Right? So this simplistic notion that the sky is blue, ordinarily we take it as an objective fact, but really it's not an objective fact. It's only a fact when you really qualify it in many, many ways. And even then, it can break down in so many different ways.
But does it become an objective fact once we have all the caveats in place? The sky is blue, okay. Indeterminate, not enough information. But if we add all of the extra information that's necessary, would that, at that point, be objectively true? And can we say that this relative true is now an absolute truth? Could we do that? Probably not. But could we? As a basic kind of challenge question, I think, that we can throw to Leo. I wonder if he will address this type of thing.
Another way to illustrate relativity, and I've gone, by the way, through many of these examples in my Understanding Relativity Part 1 episode. Go watch that for more examples. But just a few more here just to get us grounded and to draw this distinction between relative and absolute is like velocity, right? So right now, you are supposedly sitting there listening to me, watching this.
Yes.
And you're sitting there. What's your velocity? You're sitting there still, pretty still, right? You're probably not running around as you're listening to me. Maybe you're out for a jog, in which case you have a certain velocity. But it's a pretty slow velocity. I mean, what are you jogging? 10 miles an hour at most? 5 miles an hour, something like that?
Yeah, and what's the velocity relative to, of course? It's always 0 to me. I'm always standing still from my frame of reference. So
maybe you're in your car, in which case your velocity is faster. You're going 60 miles an hour, 80 miles an hour, something like that. But this is almost 0 compared to the cosmic scale of what velocities are. And of course, as we know from physics and as we know from Einstein and so forth, velocity is relative. So if you're sitting there stationary listening to me, let's assume you're just sitting at home in a chair. You're not in your car. You might say your velocity is 0. And you might say Leo's velocity is also 0. He's just sitting here right now at home recording this. Okay. But that's not an absolute velocity. That's a relative velocity. Relative to what? Relative to the Earth. Because relative to the sun, the velocity of you just sitting there is not 0. The velocity of you relative to the sun is like hundreds of miles per second as the Earth is flying through space. And then we can expand beyond that and we could say your velocity relative to like the center of the Milky Way galaxy is even orders of magnitude faster than that because the sun itself is hurling through space even faster than the Earth is hurling around the sun, around the center of the Milky Way galaxy. And then the Milky Way galaxy itself is hurtling through space around the center of something else. And so it's sort of this nested hierarchy. And so what's your true velocity? You might say, what is our absolute velocity? Well, the answer is, of course, that there is no such thing because velocity itself is a relativistic notion. Ordinarily, because the relativity to us isn't very useful in everyday life, we talk about velocities as though they're absolute. But really, we're talking about them within a very narrow, limited frame. It happens that our frame here usually is just on this planet. Since our frame is confined to this planet, we can talk about a car going 60 miles an hour or whatever and sort of agree upon it, and it kind of works. But it's very limited, and it's not true in any absolute sense. It's purely relative. And this is, of course, what Einstein's special and general relativity started to point towards, is that there's no such thing as an absolute velocity. That concept itself doesn't make sense. Velocity itself is a relative concept. Now, you might wonder, why is that? Why is velocity relative? Well, velocity is relative because here's the deep intuition behind relative truths, is that a relative truth, what it's really doing is it's comparing two aspects of reality. If we assume for a moment just that reality is one giant singular thing, what you can do with that thing is you can take two parts of that thing and compare them against each other and then come up with some kind of truth about the relationship between those two parts. So, for example, to say that something is large or small, what do you have to do? You can't really say that reality as a whole, taken as a whole, is small or large, because to say something is small or large, those concepts themselves are relativistic concepts. They require a second or an other against which you can compare and contrast that and either notice a difference or a similarity and a degree of difference. So you can't do that with a single object. A single object isolated by itself, you can't actually tell how big it is. So scale is actually a relativistic notion.
Big isn't even a thing.
So believe it or not, if you take the entire universe and you ask the question, is it big or is it small, you can't actually say which it is. Most people think the universe is big, but the reason you think that is merely because you are comparing it to yourself from your point of view as someone inside of it, and therefore to you it seems big. But that's relative. Because again, your point of view is just this little ant inside of this giant snow globe. But if you were sitting outside of the universe, so to speak, if you could imagine such a thing, which really isn't possible, but let's say it could be,
outside the universe, okay.
You actually couldn't say whether the universe was big or small, because there would be nothing else with which to compare it against. Now you might say, well, there could be a second universe. Well, this is sort of a flimsy notion of universe. When I say universe, I'm talking about universe with a capital U. That means a universe that includes all possible multiverses too. So if you want to go with the multiverse theory, yes, you could compare our little, let's say, local universe with some other multiverse, some other universe from a multiverse. You could do those comparisons and you can compare sizes, but then we can take the entire multiverse and ask the question, is it big or small? And again, the answer is going to be, you can't say unless you have another multiverse with which to compare it against. You see how this works?
Yes.
So literally what relative truth is that we have to take a unified whole, we have to divide it at least into two parts or more, usually more, but at least two, and then we can compare these two parts. So we can say that an elephant is large and a mouse is small. Relative to what? Relative to our position in the hierarchy of different animals. Relative to humans, an elephant is large, it's bigger than us, and relative to humans, a mouse is small. Again, relative to us. But if you just take a mouse or an elephant isolated by itself without anything else as context, you actually can't say whether an elephant is large or small. Likewise for a mouse. And in fact, something even weirder is going to happen is you'll realize that the mouse and the elephant are actually exactly the same scale. If you take them isolated.
The mouse and the elephant are the same size if you don't compare them. If you take the mouse and you determine how big it is or small it is, and then you get a very clear answer, it's not big or small, you can't compare it with anything. There's nothing to compare it with. Okay, so you get like a not a number type of answer, or a blank, or infinite maybe, however you want to describe that. And you could do that same thing with the elephant, and it'd be the same answer, and then you get this sense that they're both the same not size, or they're both the same infinite size. But, of course, when you actually compare the two, there is a difference. There is a different scale. There is a difference. But if you're looking absolutely at both of them individually, well, then there's nothing. No difference.
If you put them next to each other, now you've got scale.
Relative.
Literally, scale doesn't exist, is what I'm telling you. Other than as a relative notion. So, anyways,
I love how long he sat on that. That was a sentence. Scale doesn't exist, comma, other than a relative motion notion. And he had the very, very long pause between those two statements. Scale doesn't exist, which is obviously wrong from a relative perspective, which is most people are in a relative perspective at the moment. We're hearing that it doesn't make any sense. It's obviously a wrong statement. But he lets us sit in that, wait a second, that's not right. That's definitely not from a relative perspective. Oh, it's only a relative notion. Okay. Okay. We can buy that, I think. Or at least he wants us to try to buy that. That's what we're trying to expand our mind to understand.
that's a bit of a mind fuck to realize when you realize that. It's one of those little sort of facets of awakening that you can grab as you're doing this work. But anyways, back to the notion of velocity. See, the reason velocity is relativistic is because what is velocity? Velocity, as you've learned in physics class, is distance over time. But what is distance?
Meters per second.
And what is time? Well, distance is the thing that a yardstick measures. And how does a yardstick measure distance? It has little notches on it, little marks. Each one of those marks, whether it's an inch or a millimeter, whatever, yardstick, meter stick, doesn't matter. Whatever units you're using, you see, a unit is a division within the universe. So literally, inches on a yardstick are divisions that the human mind constructed. Thanks to these divisions, now we can say that, oh, so-and-so is 2 yards tall, or such and such is 100 yards long, or I'm traveling at a certain velocity because the velocity is yards per minute, or yards per second, or whatever, meters, miles. And that's only possible because, see, to compare how tall I am to how tall you are, we have to use a yardstick to measure by dividing me into little parts and dividing you into little parts, then counting up those parts, stacking them next to each other. And in so doing, see, we're doing a relative activity. And then if we do all that, we come up with a relative answer. And the relative answer, assuming we all agree upon the yardsticks and the methodology and all these other metaphysical and epistemic axioms that come along with doing this, various linguistic conceptual ideas, as long as we agree on these frameworks and such, we can then come to some sort of consensus relative truth. And we could say, well, so-and-so is 2 yards tall and so-and-so is 1.5 yards tall, or whatever.
And I don't think you have to necessarily go through all the abstraction of determining a precise measure or semi-precise measure, talking about yards. I don't think you need to necessarily do that or have an external measuring tool. You can't just like put people next to each other and one person can be twice the size of the other, or if they're both adult humans, then one person will be 1 1/3 the size of the other, potentially. You know, there's a wide range, I guess, of human height, or one is just close in height. They're not exactly the same. One is taller, one is shorter, and you can use the person as a unit, potentially. You don't need to have these sort of external types of units, but this point still stands. You need comparisons. You need somebody to quantify it in some way and create units in somehow. And those units can be some sort of external thing, which is a meter or foot or an inch, whichever unit you prefer. Or it can just be the individual that you're using as the unit itself. However.
Do you see how that's relative?
Yes.
It's relative to a lot of stuff. It's relative to the units we're using, the kind of measurements we're doing, our methodology for collecting the measurements and doing the measurements, our methodology for interpreting the measurements, comparing the measurements. That's relative. If you change any of those things, the truth will actually break in this case. It will cease to be true. It's only true under all those conditions and assumptions. And then what is time? Because we were talking about velocity. That's just distance. What about time? What is time anyways? Well, that's an episode for another day. There's some profound things to say about time, but how do scientists define time? You know how Einstein defined time? Actually, I loved his definition because it was so brutally honest about the nature of what science is doing when it's measuring things. Einstein was very sneaky. He was very clever, and scientists in general are very clever to avoid metaphysics because they have to, because metaphysics is in the domain of the absolute, and what science is doing is always in the domain of the relative because it's always measuring and comparing things, dividing reality. So Einstein said that time is just the thing that a clock measures. That's literally his definition of time.
It's a silly definition. That's not a definition at all. Depends on what you mean by definition, I suppose. That's not telling you what time is. Time is... What the heck is time? A measure... The thing that a clock measures. I mean, that is true. A clock does measure time. But what is time? It's a relationship between 2 points in... I don't know what would be a neutral word for describing what time is measuring. But 2 distinct points, you measure those 2 points, and that can either be distance or it can be time. But it's just a different dimension, or a 1 degree of freedom for our entire universe, and that would be considered time. It's generally in the direction of entropy or whatever. I guess we can define it slightly better, but it's not much better. 1 degree of freedom for the universe, so I just call it a dimension. And this is a particular dimension that is measured by clocks. Okay? Easy enough.
The thing that the hand moving on the face of a clock is measuring. It's an ingeniously sneaky way to define what time is, because you're defining time, and at the same time, you're not saying anything about what the nature of time is.
Time is
this
a thing that
allows
we
you to do
measure.
calculations with time without getting to the metaphysics of what time is. This is what all of science is predicated upon, is doing this at the very basic level. So any fundamental unit of science, whether it's going to be a meter or a gram or a calorie or a second of time or a hertz or a whatever of the most elemental unit of science, it might be an atom, it might be a joule of energy, and so forth. If you ask a scientist what actually is that thing, the scientist will not be able to tell you what that thing is.
Wait a second. I feel like he said something. I mean, he's saying something very different. To ask what distance is would be very difficult to answer. It'd be sort of in the same way that you'd answer the question about time. But to ask what a meter is, that can be very precise and very clear, right? So to ask what time is may be kind of difficult or kind of weird, and you have to get into the sort of just calling it a dimension or a degree of freedom. But then to determine, to call what a second is, to say what a second is, I feel like that's much easier to say. But then he also threw in like atom. Atom, I don't know if that's a measurement, but I mean, it's something that's defined, I guess. I'm not sure how that's relevant to the discussion that we have currently. To consider a joule, what is a joule? I think that's kilogram. Is that a kilogram meter? Kilogram meters per second squared. It's a unit of energy. It's the amount of. I think you can define that pretty well easily too, because it's got very clear units, and all of those things are definable. So I'm not sure if that if all of these are relevant to what he's referring to here. And then he said hertz also. It's a measure of a periodic movement, or a periodic, it's a measure of something that's periodic. That's it. I feel like these are easy to define, or easy to describe, which would be different from describing, again, just distance by itself or time by itself. Now you're just getting into degrees of freedom, or into degrees of freedom and dimensions or something. You're just defining that. Whether 10 ticks are long or 10 ticks are short is subjective, just as whether 10 meters are. Sure, I mean, it's all well, it's not subjective because a meter's a thing. Right? There's an actual thing that's a foot, I guess. Like you can actually like figure out what the actual unit was that was used in history to determine what the size of whatever it is. So you can like find a thing that is literally the thing that is 1 kilogram, or the thing that is actually 1 foot, and then everything else from there is abstracted. So it's not super subjective. Not that it's objective, but the tool that's used, or the object that is used, is arbitrary, I guess, but it's not really subjective.
The scientist simply doesn't know. And in fact, they're going to have a very sneaky way of excusing their not knowing of it by telling you that it's actually not even possible to know, nor is it important to know. All we really care about is just comparing the differences between these units, but we don't actually ever know what a unit is. So for example, no scientist knows what a meter is. They just know how to measure a meter and how to compare meters. Likewise, no scientist actually knows what a joule of energy is, but they know how to compare them and measure them. So they can tell you that there's 10 joules of energy in that object over there.
I don't remember what the units are for joules. Let's look it up. A joule. A joule is a unit of energy. Okay, what is the unit? It is kilogram meter squared per second squared. That is extremely, that seems very basic. You can also put into watts per times seconds. Oh, that's so easy to describe. Like, you can describe it in amount of like electrons that are being passed through a particular position for a number of seconds. Or you can describe it as the weight that can be pressed, the mass and the velocity, and that multiplied times meters. I can't remember how you multiply units and how that comes into into natural speech. But I feel like joules are very easy to describe. Units are pretty easy because you can describe them well. Well, I guess I can't describe them right now because it's been a long time since I've been doing any physics or caring about units and keeping all of that stuff in my mind, but I don't think that's very difficult for scientists to describe.
There, and there's 20 over here, and the difference between them is 10, because what they can measure is the difference, but they can't tell you what a joule of energy actually is. And
so joules can pretty much be, not pretty much, these things can be simplified or redescribed in terms of electrons passing through a membrane for a particular amount of time, or the potential for it to pass over that particular amount of time. Again, seconds is being multiplied here, so I'm not sure how that works. In which case, you're coming down to like fundamental particles, and we can probably well agree to what those things are. But then you can ask the question, what the heck is an electron? I guess you can start getting weirder and say it's just a particle, and at some point they have to say, I don't know. But most of this stuff is describable fairly well. Again, if you just say what is distance, what's a relationship between two things, that's kind of, now you're just kind of saying weird nothing, right? To just say a relationship between 2 points is not very clear. That's just a degree of freedom over a dimension, and that would describe time and describe distance. And I guess you can have relationships between energy, but you don't need to have that. You can actually just reduce it to fundamental particles or weight or something. Since the unit of length in modern physics is defined by the length light travels in a vacuum in a given time interval, how will we know if the speed of light constant would change? How do we know that the speed of light is constant? This is the question. There's an answer to it. I don't actually know the answer to it. I don't remember how to describe that answer. But there's some fancy ways you can figure out the speed of light is pretty constant, but it's not actually like constant everywhere. It's constant in a vacuum. Obviously, the speed of light changes when you're in air or when you're in water. It's constant in a vacuum. There's a way to kind of figure that out don't remember how to do that.
So
But then at that point, you just say everything is compared to the speed of light. If you want to reduce everything down to the speed of light, you can say that everything is just speed of light is what we're going to assume is constant. Whether we can prove it or not, we're just going to assume that's the constant thing, and that's where we compare everything to. And at that point, it is relative. It's relative to the speed of light, and that may change, may or may not change. It may not be constant or whatever, but that's going to be where it's grounded into. Of course, it wouldn't make it absolute. It makes it relative, but that's where it's grounded to.
on for every other physical unit. It's pretty scandalous when you actually discover this about the nature of science. But anyways, we're getting off track. So back to the clock and to time. So what is time? Einstein said it's just the movement of the hand across the face of the clock. But again, what is that? What is the movement of the hand? The clock face is also divided into units. So again, the velocity at which, you see, there, time is also in a sense being defined as a velocity because it's how many subdivisions of a circle is being swept across over a certain period of time, in a certain sense. See? So it becomes very strange, loopy, and kind of twisted and paradoxical here. But this is not a bug. This is a feature of how things work because it's all entangled. But anyways, the bottom line, the point I'm trying to make here is that time itself is a relative notion. Okay. Why is time a relative notion?
Yeah.
Because literally you have to subdivide one reality into parts and then start counting and measuring those parts. Those parts are measured in relation to each other, and then you can combine those different parts in different ways, creating different kinds of relationships, which gives you things like velocity, acceleration, and so forth. You can have first order, second order, third order comparisons, and this gives us various kinds of scientific truths. All these truths are relative.
Yes, so again, what he's saying here, 100%, right? Time is a relative concept. And this is actually very, I forget a lot of this stuff, but it's interesting to notice how, well, it's not that interesting, I guess, if you don't like physics a lot, and I'm kind of halfway forgetting most of it anyway, so it's not terribly interesting the way I'm going to be describing it. But the notion of time within, say, quantum mechanics is going to be very, very different from the notion of time with Newtonian mechanics, which is going to be different from time in relativistic mechanics. They're just different concepts. However, if we start talking about velocity and all of those, they're going to be more similar. And if we talk about acceleration and all of those are going to be more similar. And if we talk about, I guess, snap, crackle, and pop, all the other higher level sort of things where you get rid of when you're dividing out a lot of units here. These are going to be much more similar to each other than time itself. So I feel like he's made a slight error in his understanding of physics a tad bit. When you start getting more precise understanding of units and they have way more things involved, and the units are much more fleshed out. We're talking about joules and things like that. These things are more universal, more comparable between different worldviews and between different perspectives. These things are more real than time by itself, or than the notion of distance by itself. The fundamental issue is the distance and whatever, but the higher level abstractions and the way that we kind of visualize it ourselves are more similar in different worldviews. Hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. So time, however, acceleration is less relative, and then like snap is less relative. Well, I don't think anybody ever thinks about snap. At least I don't ever think about snap, which is whatever. And distance is, I don't know what the comparison for distance is, but hopefully we get the picture there. When you get to these higher level units with more things involved in them, they become less relative, strangely enough.
They're not absolute. So we have that on the one hand, Also, as we're talking about relative truths, we're talking about all human cultural truths, all truths of human cultures, religions, norms, moral systems.
So, well, this is very good because the video is giving us truth, and then we're understanding more precisely what truth means. And you can see that there are relative truths, and then there's absolute truth, and we can see a difference between these things because we're seeing with higher precision. But we also don't want to go into this weird place where we're just saying that everything that's relative is exactly the same, because all relative truths aren't relative in the same way or to the same degree or whatever. We can be much more precise there in our understanding of the types of relative truths. So some sort of cultural truth is going to be very different from a scientific truth or a truth about physics. These are different levels of relativity. Now, they are still relative, so we can, at some point, you do want to have that exercise of understanding that all relative truths are all relative truths, and you have absolute truth. And you probably want to have the exercise of understanding that all truths are true, and everything's true. And these are different ways, different perspectives of viewing the world. But we don't want to become completely blind to the differing, more precise ways of viewing relative types of truths. There is still hierarchies, I guess, that can be set up in that level.
What kind of food is best, whether murder is wrong or not, whether slavery is wrong or all of this is all relative truth. Any truth your mind comes up with is going to be a relative truth.
Yes.
Anytime you subdivide reality into two or more parts and then compare those parts and derive a truth based upon that comparison, that's going to be a relative truth. Just that right there, I'm pausing because that right there for many of you will be difficult to swallow.
Okay, important point.
A lot of you will object to that and say, no, Leo, you're wrong.
He's asking us to emphasize it. Let's try to emphasize and pay attention. Anything that your mind can think of is a relative truth. If you can think it up, it's relative. It's that simple. It's a very, very easy formula, I guess. There's not much ambiguity going on here at all. You can think about it. Your mind thought of it. Came from you. It's a relative truth. And that apparently is very important.
I don't really have time to go into that. I go into that more in my series about understanding relativism. This episode is not really about explaining relativity. We have other bigger fish to fry. We just needed to present that as a backdrop now, as again, something to compare and contrast with absolute truth. So then what is absolute truth?
Okay. What the heck is absolute?
Well, you see, the absolute truth is something that's fundamentally different in nature than relative truth.
Absolutely.
It's so different that our minds struggle to think about it. Because
the mind is an inappropriate tool, not even the right word. So even me trying to describe why the mind is inappropriate, but no less. The mind is an inappropriate tool to be evaluating the absolute truth. We'll say it like that. A little looseness going on there, but we'll say it like that. Beware of that.
Our minds are used to operating within the domain of relative truth. Everything pretty much that you've called truth in your life has been in the relative domain. I want you to understand that.
Okay.
It's all been based on comparisons and subdivisions of reality into parts. Whereas, and so and the point there is that has trained your mind from birth into a sort of dualistic, relative base of experience for how truth works. You think that all truth must work this way because that's the kind of truth you've been dealing with your whole life. But what I'm trying to show you is that open your mind to the possibility of a different domain of truth, which does not work in that way. And and the mechanics of truth that operate in the relative domain do not apply and do not work at the absolute domain.
Okay.
And the fundamental difference here is that whereas in the relative domain, because you're subdividing reality with your mind, you can then make comparisons of one thing to another thing because one thing always has some opposite. You're operating dualistically.
Yes.
See my series, 3-part series called Understanding Duality, Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, to really get a deep handle on duality. And then absolute truth is operating in the non-dual domain. What does that mean? That means absolute truth is that which reality is before your mind subdivides it in any way. It's singular. It has no opposite. That means you can't compare it against anything else. So you can't, let's say just for a second, just assume that absolute truth exists and it's just like a question mark or the variable x. Let's call it x for now.
X. Okay.
Whatever this x is, you don't know what it is. But let's just assume that there is this x. This x, you might ask, well, Leo, so tell me about this x. I want to know. Is this x big or small? Is it skinny or is it fat? Is it colorful or is it got no color? Is it beautiful or is it ugly? Is it good or is it bad? Is it going to help my life or is it going to hurt my life? Am I going to like it or am I going to hate it?
Mm-hmm.
Can I use it to earn money? Can I use it to get sex?
None of those things.
How many meters wide is it?
None of it.
How many joules of energy does it have in it? How many seconds of time does it exist for? See, you might want to bring all of these questions to this variable x. But what you have to realize is that these are questions and features that are coming from the relative domain of comparisons and divisions.
Comparing things, and they are all inappropriate for dealing with what he is calling absolute truth. Here is the inappropriate way to evaluate truth, absolute truth, as he's defined it.
And as soon as you bring those ideas and assumptions to the non-dual domain of absolute truth, you immediately break the absolute truth because you subdivide it with your mind by asking those questions, and then it falls into and is brought into the relative domain by your mind. You see, so that's the trick that you have to be very careful of here, because if you do that without being aware that you're doing it, like for example, if you insist on asking me, Leo, is the absolute truth big or small? And you just keep asking and asking and asking that, you're not getting what I'm saying. And what you're doing is you're converting from the absolute domain into the relative domain. Your mind is doing this outside of your awareness. And in so doing, you're never going to be able to access absolute truth if it exists.
Yep. And this is a person, he's describing a type of activity where you're stuck in one mode of operating, one mode of evaluating the world, however you want to put it, one mode of operation. And you cannot, this person does not know how to operate in different ways and doesn't have the flexibility to let go of however they're currently operating. So they're asking about what color something is, but it's invisible. Something very basic like that. What color is it? What color is it? What color is it? It's invisible. What color is it? It's invisible. What color is it? It's invisible. How big is it? Well, it doesn't have a size. How big is democracy? There's no size for it. We don't measure that thing. How big is it though? It's not measurable. It's not appropriate to measure the size of some things. And we can fall into this with lots of activities and lots of concepts and lots of modes of interaction. Sometimes we get stuck into one and we aren't noticing that it's an inappropriate way of interacting with whatever it is that we're trying to deal with. And sometimes it causes more problems than necessary. Some people like to do the whole why game. They ask why for everything. Why this? Why that? Why? And they fall into this weird place where they don't get any answers at some point. There's no real way to answer why to some things. So they may wonder, why am I alive? Why am I suffering? Why should I continue? Why? And it's not really the appropriate way to be engaging with the situation. So it's going to lead to lots of frustration and maybe a little bit of burnout or something like that. And well, it's not a good situation to be in. I can say that. And it'd be very helpful to just go into different modes of operating, try something else, and see how that works. Or maybe in the case of the absolute truth, try nothing. I'm not sure what the answer. I'm not sure how Leo's going to be describing the mode of operation for interacting with the absolute truth, because well, we'll see what he has to say about that. So we want to be aware of this differing modes of operating and asking why, asking how big, asking how long it exists, how long it persists, where it is, these kind of things for the absolute truth. How do you know it? Asking this kind of stuff, probably not the appropriate way of interacting with it.
You're always converting it into the relative, you see. So you have to be very careful at how you're using your mind here, what kind of questions you're asking, what kind of assumptions you're making. I'm asking you to open your mind to the possibility of an absolute domain. This absolute domain, absolute truth, what it really means.
He's looking at his hand.
And I want to speak
it.
like from direct experience here, because I can actually tune my consciousness right now on absolute truth.
This is one of his meditation techniques. He's
because the absolute truth is right here. See, I'm speaking about absolute truth as though you might, if you're hearing this for the first time, it might almost sound like I'm speaking about some sort of mysterious thing that exists somewhere in the heavens somewhere. No. Absolute truth exists right here.
So even to say it exists here is not exactly correct, but we're adding a lot more nuance that's probably necessary, right? There is no existing or not existing, and there's no here or there. Absolute truth is just, none of the ways of evaluating fit. However, typically linguistics or, tradition, whatever, people like to say it's here and it exists. Maybe it exists everywhere or something like that, or it's eternal, something like that. Okay, we can follow along with the linguistic tics, but not that it's eternal, just that it is not appropriate to determine or evaluate whether it started or began or ended, or if it's here or now, or if it's there or later, or something like that. All of these are just inappropriate evaluations.
You're immersed in absolute truth. The only question is, are you realizing it or not? And the problem is that you're probably not. So, speaking from direct experience,
relatively speaking,
what absolute truth is it's that which is true under all circumstances and conditions, based on no context. It's independent of context, and it has no other, and it can't be compared to anything else. It's a direct access to what is the case. Truth just means that which is the case. It's a direct access to that which is the case.
Direct access to that which is the case. Now, okay, it's the direct access to that which is the case. He's saying that it's absolutely true, and it's true in all contexts, all circumstances, without any context, and it can't be compared. So we do have to be a little bit careful, because it's hard to say these things very clearly. I just say that it's inappropriate to define it in these ways. But even when you say something is true under all contexts, or rather true in all situations with no context, well, now that's comparable to something that is true in some contexts. So you've already filled up enough criteria to compare it. But no less, we'll let that slide through because we understand it's a little bit difficult to describe precisely with natural language, and there isn't a very rigorous tradition of trying to figure out how to precisely communicate all these things. But we get the picture, I think. Well, hopefully we get the picture. It's true under all circumstances. It's an
Directly.
indescribable mystery. It's intuitive. Yeah.
That means there's no veil of perception between absolute truth and yourself and your consciousness of it. So that's what I'm really asking you to open your mind to. Are you willing to open your mind to the possibility that there is nothing separating you from absolute truth?
Sure.
And that you can access it directly?
You are accessing it.
In order to open your mind to this, you need to throw away that scientific materialist paradigm idea that you've been taught that there's a veil of perception between you and truth. That there's some sort of external, maybe absolute truth out there somewhere behind the scenes. But us humans can never know what it is because we're in this bubble of perceptions, and that we can never break through this bubble.
Throw
Now,
that out.
open your mind to this possibility. Consider that there never was a veil of perception. Consider that what you have been experiencing your entire life wasn't some sort of foreground behind which there was a actual true background, but that what you were experiencing, the foreground, is the only thing there is, and that is the absolute truth. In other words, what I'm telling you is that open your mind to the possibility that appearance is reality, that appearance is absolutely true. If that is the case, then notice that there is no medium between you and what's true, and you have access to absolute truth at all times. There's nothing stopping you.
Okay. If
Perceptions are not in the way. Experience is not in the way. The mind is not in the way. Colors and sensations and feelings are not in the way, because these things are absolutely true. Is your mind open to such a possibility?
yes.
If it's not, actually open it right now.
Okay. I'll revise it. No.
I'm not asking you to believe me. I'm merely asking you to open your mind. You can either do it or not. And at this point, we have to take this from mere intellectualization to actually doing it. So there is a distinction, there's a difference between merely thinking about these ideas and actually opening your mind to the possibility of direct access to absolute truth. Do that right now. If you need to pause this recording, sit there, let your mind actually gain traction with the things I've been talking about, and actually consider this alternative way of looking at reality until your mind opens to the possibility of you one day accessing absolute truth, even if it's not going to happen today. Do that. There's a difference between thinking about it and doing it. I'm not asking you to think about it. I'm asking you to do it. Do it until your mind is open. Then something will shift in you. That does not mean that you've all of a sudden discovered absolute truth. It only means you've opened your mind. That's all it means. Do it. Don't think about it, do it. This is where the results come. This is what makes this work different from mental masturbation and from regular old speculative armchair philosophy. You have to actually do it. Then it changes you. If you don't do it, it won't change you. And then you're stuck. So, continuing on about this point, one of the most common objections I get when
there
I
you go.
talk about,
Hopefully we opened our mind a little bit there, or maybe we have to close it a bit in order to open it. But fun activity.
absolute truth, or share certain aspects or facets of it with people through my videos, is this objection. But Leo, how do you know the absolute truth isn't just an experience or a self-deception
Okay.
or a hallucination or just a trip or just some fantasy you made up?
It is.
How do you know it's not just
Yes, and.
neurons in the brain generating experiences and stuff and fooling you?
Yes, and. Sure.
A lot of scientifically minded and rationally minded people ask this question. People who ask this question haven't actually opened their mind to the possibility of absolute truth. So again, I'm lingering on this point because it's one thing to just talk about opening your mind. It's another thing to actually open your mind.
Interesting. Okay. Hopefully interesting. That's not a very good response to somebody asking this sort of question. What if you're just hallucinating, bro? You just took a lot of drugs. And he says, well, you just haven't opened your mind yet. I don't know if that's a very good response. Maybe not. Maybe not. How do you respond to somebody who's asking a question inappropriately? I'm not sure what you do. You would only doubt it if you weren't open. Okay, yeah, he may be actually going to respond. Well, let's give him a chance to respond before I pause him too much here.
So again,
okay.
If you have this objection right now and you're wondering, well, Leo, how could I ever know that what I accessed was absolute truth? How could I ever know that what you're telling me is correct? What if I'm fooling myself?
Mm-hmm.
What I mean when I say consider the possibility of absolute truth is I mean it's absolutely true. Because it's singular.
No context.
There's nothing outside of it. It knows itself simply by being itself. So I want you to consider the possibility that there can exist something in reality that is so true and knows itself to be completely true that it cannot be mistaken, it cannot be deceived, it cannot be hallucinating, it cannot be fantasizing, it cannot be deluded, it cannot be mistaken, it cannot be false. Literally, it is impossible for absolute truth to be false. Is your mind open to such a thing existing? Think carefully about this. Don't just say yes. Get traction with it and actually genuinely ask yourself whether you're open to this. This is a radical idea that I'm suggesting. Your mind may not be open to it, in which case, that's fine. That's where you're at.
Okay.
But at least be honest about it. See, are you open to the idea that you can become conscious of something that is so absolutely true that you can never be wrong about it?
Okay, well, I don't think he's going to actually address the objection that he gave himself. So that's a bit strange. But, okay. How do you know it's not a hallucination? Well, it doesn't matter if it's hallucination because the hallucination is the absolute truth, right? It's not the content of whatever is being perceived or thought or sensed or whatever. It's the fact of being perceived or thought or sensed or anything. That would be one way of describing, one way of addressing the question maybe for somebody who objects to this sort of absolute truth. Maybe you can tell them that it's trivial, and it's sort of trivially the case, right? It is that he is saying that it is the case, that which is the case. Another way of putting it would be that there is something that is the case. There is some case. So it's like trivially true. Obviously, there's something happening, and we don't even have to describe what something is. Like, there is something happening, and we kind of have a vague idea of what something means, but to not even like don't confine something to what we think humanly is happening. Don't confine something to what you think you're perceiving or what you think is real or any of that stuff. Just let something be something. It can be much wider than what something is generally meant to be. Something is happening. Well, that'll be a part of that's the absolute truth. And anything would be verification of that. Absolutely anything is verification that something is happening. Of course, depending on what we mean by something and happening, but let's just allow those to be very, very, very extremely broad concepts to the point where it's like trivially true or trivially the case or trivially whatever acceptable, we'll say. So we can give some answers to a person who is objecting in those ways without just saying you just haven't opened your mind up to it, because I feel like there are ways to explain it at least slightly better to a person who hasn't opened their mind up to it. There's only chance of deception if you create a story or narrative conclusion without those thoughts knowing them as themselves. Yeah. So we can get into like what this absolute truth means, and then what are the extensions of what it means, and what are the implications of what it means, and all of those, we can get into all that stuff. And that is like, that's more interesting and that's more debatable. That's more like contentious. We can get into like lots of in the weeds in that. But the starting point is very just super clear, pretty trivially obvious. I mean, it's not obvious. I guess I don't want to say that for people who aren't open to the possibilities or whatever, but it's a trivial kind of truth. It's sort of always necessarily without context. It's just the case as he's describing it, as he's calling it. So we can explain that, and then we don't have to go into any of the whatever conclusions or leading from that or any sort of implications or any extensions. I'm not sure if Leo's going to give us any extensions or implications for the absolute truth. You don't have to buy into any of that stuff, but the fact, not even the right word, but that something is happening. With something being much broader than we generally think, and happening even being much broader than we generally think. That's it. That's absolute.
A lot of people here would say no. In which case, what I'm telling you is that then you're not open to the existence of absolute truth. That's the problem.
Interesting. Interesting. We don't want to always place the problem on other people. It depends sort of on how we're communicating these things, because if we're trying to communicate to people who want to know, if somebody comes to Leo and asks the question, okay, maybe that person's a problem. Maybe they just haven't opened their mind up to it yet. Maybe they need to figure something out. But if we're trying to teach people, and if we're publicly going out to spread this information, well, maybe the speaker is the one that's the problem, because they want to like communicate better so that more people can understand. But of course, it's also a little weird because it's not necessarily the case that Leo wants to teach people. Maybe he's just offering the information, and he'll scare people off by telling them that they're the problem, and that would be acceptable too. But it's just a little bit weird to offer up information and talk about the relative truth and seemingly try to teach us what the relative truth is, and then tell us that we're the problem, as opposed to looking at better ways of communicating it. Maybe.
The problem is not that I'm deluded or whatever. The problem is that your mind is not open to this possibility. Again, I am not using this to prove to you absolute truth. I'm merely asking is your mind open to that? Because if it's not, that's where this journey ends. You can't go any further. That's where you're stuck, and you'll be stuck there for the rest of your life until you decide to change your mind. And if you have some sort of logic in your mind that says, well, but it's dangerous to open my mind so much to this absolute truth, because Leo, what if I open my mind to this and then I start to believe in something and I think it's the absolute truth, but then it turns out later that it's not, and then I'm mistaken and I'm wrong, and it ruins my life. What if that happens?
Well, no.
Sure, maybe that could happen, but that is not absolute truth.
Mm-hmm.
That is something else. That is beliefs. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about absolute truth. With absolute truth, I'm talking about something that cannot be wrong. It's absolutely true. It cannot be wrong. Again, you may simply not be open to this possibility at all. Many scientists would chime in here and say, Leo, that's not possible. And even if it was possible, how would you know it was possible? Which puts us into a very strange loopy catch-22 epistemological conundrum here, sort of a paradox. Because when you ask the question, how would you know that something is absolutely true? Again, I'm asking you to consider something very radical. If something is absolutely true, it knows itself to be absolutely true. Because it is absolutely true. The tautology here is not a bug, it's a feature. Absolute truth must be absolutely true by definition, by pure tautology.
Pretty easy.
This is not circular logic. This is not begging the question. This is just the possibility of absolute truth. Now, you might say that that's not possible. Then your mind is closed to that possibility. And maybe you're right. Maybe it's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
But what if you're wrong? What if it is possible?
Okay.
I want you to notice this. If your mind is closed and you think it's not possible, how can you know it's not possible?
Oh,
Have you explored the entire universe?
sowing the seeds of doubt.
Have you explored every truth there is to explore in the universe, such that you can now feel confident that absolute truth is impossible and impossible to access?
This is a surprisingly effective technique. It's very strange to me that a lot of people get caught up in this sort of, how can you know? How do I know? How do you know that I don't know? And how do you know that I know and then you don't know? And I don't understand this sort of skepticism or agnosticism, or there's just sort of this sort of deep sort of, I don't know. And how do I know that I really know? And how do I know that you know? And I can't know that I don't even really know. I don't get it. But apparently very effective, so watch out for that. Some people do find it to be convincing somehow, and we don't want to necessarily have people question their own judgment very strongly. I mean, to a point, I guess the whole exercise is partially epistemological. So if you're talking about epistemology, you are going to be questioning people's judgment, which I guess is acceptable to a point, but we don't want to be terribly toxic about it. We don't want to be manipulative about it, which is a place that can, there are extensions where this sort of starting point with, how do you really know? You're asking me, how do I know? How do you know? Starting with that starting point, you can really quickly get into some sort of toxic type of manipulation and making people question their judgment in ways that is inappropriate. So we do want to be aware of that, not go too far with it.
Obviously, notice that you haven't. You haven't even explored 1% of the universe. Science hasn't even explored 1% of the universe. And yet you feel so adamant in keeping your mind closed against the possibility of absolute truth. Can you see the problem in that? Can you see that if you're wrong in that, you have fallen into a deep epistemic blunder?
Ooh, blunder. I like the word blunder. Deep epistemic blunder. If you choose, oh my goodness, do people choose to have closed minds? I'm not sure about that one. I like this from Bike. In order to have doubt, you must also have faith in something that's more solid than what's being doubted. So, to doubt the absolute truth, you must have faith that there is only relative truth. It's a good, it's a good probing mechanism there to get people to think about if they have faith that there's only relative truths, or to have such faith in relative truths, and how do they know that, and get into that. That's interesting.
If your mind actually carefully contemplates these things that I'm saying, it should open your mind to the possibility of absolute truth. But then again, I can't force you to do it. You'll only do it if you want to do it, if you care about doing it. So, see, the paradox and strangeness of absolute truth is that since it's undivided by anyone's mind, it's one and it's singular. Therefore, you can't even speak about it in terms of validation. Because usually the skeptics, what they're looking for is they're looking for some sort of external or other validation of the truth. This is a lot of what the game of science is. It's all about validation. So if, for example, if I discover something as a scientist, I might discover some fact, the speed of light, let's say I discover it's this, it's X. And then as a scientist, I'm trained to doubt that and to say, well, maybe I made some mistakes in my methodology. Maybe my experiment wasn't too good. So I need to get some other scientist who will independently verify, run the experiment himself, and then they will get some result Y. And only if X and Y match can we then agree that this is the true speed of light. And then, the more scientists we bring into this, the more of these independent experiments we do, eventually we can build a consensus of independent sort of cross-referencing experiments and ultimately reach some sort of truth. This is how science protects itself. But remember, this is all operating within the relativistic domain. And then we carry over these expectations. Remember, I warned you about this. We carry these over into the non-dual domain, and now we tend to want to do the same thing with absolute truth. And we tend to want to say, well, if there is this absolute truth, and Leo, you've discovered it, or somebody has discovered it, okay, great, but then let's validate it. And what do I tell you? I tell you it can't be validated. And you say, well, if it can't be validated, it must be false. That's how it works in the relative domain. Yep. That's not how it works in the non-dual domain. Because in the non-dual domain, you can't validate the non-dual because validation itself requires two different observers, a division within reality, and two different experiments and two different results, and then combining those together into some sort of synthesis. This all involves duality and relativity. In the non-dual domain, there is no possibility of validation. You can't ask your neighbor to validate non-duality for you. Then, of course, you say, well, but Leo, if it can't be validated in the classical sense, then how can you ever know that it's true? And you think that that's a bug of this system. It's not. This is the core feature of non-duality.
We got you, Leo.
Is that precisely because there's no other against which to validate it, whatever it is automatically makes it absolutely true. It's absolutely true by virtue of being completely one, singular, and sovereign. It's literally absolutely sovereign.
Sovereign, where'd that come from?
That means it defines what it is.
Wow.
This is very strange, loopy, and foreign to those of us who are operating under the sort of dualistic, relativistic, materialistic way of looking at truth.
Yes, and so foreign that maybe it would be inappropriate to call it truth, Of course, if I was the person speaking here trying to communicate something like this, well, I'd say it's so different from our normal types of truth, it may be not appropriate to label it with such a similar type of word, mouth sound, that evokes the type of truths and evokes the type of ways of interacting with our normal sort of relativistic types of truths. So we probably don't want to use that word to describe the thing that we're trying to describe. But that's just me, though. Of course, there are lots of traditions that use this word, absolute truth, and other fancy words to describe it. So that's fine. But we've got this thing, absolute truth, not really a thing. We don't really have it, whatever. We've got this thing, absolute truth. It's one, it's singular, it's sovereign. It's cute, it's beautiful, it's lovely. And it can't be compared to anything. This is good to know. And how do you know it's really that? Well, try to compare it. And if you can't compare it, if there's nothing to compare to, well, good job, buddy. You found it. Sort of. So it's very basic, it's very simple, and it's, well, easy enough. This is fairly simple. Now we're not even an hour in the video. Good Lord. What more does he have to say? What are the extensions and what are the implications of the absolute truth? Well, let's find out. Good Lord.
To really bring this home point to you and to show you how this works, I actually have an episode where I go into this in a lot of detail called How Authority Works. It's one of my underrated episodes. Go watch it. It's actually very profound.
Okay.
And it's very relevant to this.
I think at this point he's recommended 15 hours of video so far. A lot of video recommended.
Issue here. So, see, here's my question to you. How do you know that you exist? Right now.
Right now.
Don't just give me a parroted answer. I want you to actually become conscious right now of how it is you know that you exist.
So again, when you get into a lot of issues, well, not too many issues, but a little bit of issues. Some people won't care about these issues. Some people will care about these issues. It depends on what you mean by you. Do you exist? Well, it depends. Do you mean this body? Okay, all right, we can go with that. Does this body exist? Well, it seems to exist. What do you mean by exist? Well, what does it even mean to exist? I don't know. So if we have lots of broad, expansive, ridiculous types of concepts of what you are, well, you is pretty specific for most people, so we'll allow that to be specific. But what does it mean to exist? Being here in the physical world, maybe. How do we know the physical world exists? There's no real answer to that. The word exist means that. It just means that. At this point, we can doubt a lot of, do you exist? Does the physical world exist? Are you what you think you are? We can have lots of doubts for all these sort of things. But if we have more expansive ideas of what it means to exist and what it means to seem to exist and seeming to exist or apparent existence, implying that there is some sort of actual existence, if you want to use that same word. I wouldn't like using the same word, but people have some sort of inclination to use the word exist. Then okay, there's something that's existing, and it seems like I am doing some of that existing, I suppose. So I will just say that I exist because I just exist. Duh, I kind of am here, bro. I just exist because I exist, and that's why I'm here and I'm experiencing stuff. Okay, well, that's the absolute truth. At least that's a part of it. That's the beginning essence of it, but you can expand that to more things. You don't need to be so narrow in thinking about your own existence, but there's a starting point, I guess. Foot in the door.
You may not know what you are. You may be unsure about that. You may be doubtful.
You may be in question, okay.
But you certainly, right now, are conscious that you exist. This is true. In fact, it's absolutely true. Your existence is absolute truth right now. Become conscious of your own existence right now. To me, it helps to look at my hand as I do that.
His favorite meditation technique.
So take out your hand and look at your hand and just become conscious that what you're conscious of right here, right now, it absolutely exists.
Exist again, not exactly.
There's no possibility of it not existing when it is existing.
Existing again, not exactly the right word, because, for example, it is possible to have a hallucination of a hand, or this could be in a dream or something, blah, 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 blah. And he would be using the word exist in such an expansive way that it would include all those things. So exist may not be the appropriate word here, but I think we can kind of understand the what he's trying to get at somewhat.
You might say, oh, Leo, but what if I'm a computer simulation? No, you don't get it. It doesn't matter if you're a computer simulation.
Yep.
Even if you think all of this is a computer simulation, it exists right here, right now. You're conscious of it. That's absolutely true.
Who is hallucinating? Is that true? Is a hallucination
Become
hallucinating?
conscious of this. Don't think about it. Become conscious of it. See, I'm going to tell you something very radical here
Okay.
that you're probably going to doubt, but I'll say it anyways.
Go for it.
The only one in the universe who can tell you that you exist is yourself.
I like it. I love to hear that sort of stuff, man. No one can tell you who you are. No one can tell you if you exist. I like to hear it. I like to hear it. I generally, personally, like to just say, no one can tell you who you are. You are whoever you want to be. You decide. You're the person who determines that. No one else can determine it for you. Unless you want them to determine it for you, then I guess you can do that, but, whatever. And no one can tell you that you exist. No one can verify it. No one can confirm it. Confirmation, not even the right things to do here. It's just you, bro. You figure it out. You determine it. You set that. So you do it. And if you think that you exist, maybe thinking is not the right way to evaluate it, but, think you exist, and that's fine. That's good enough. That's all we need.
Think about it. You might initially think like, no, Leo, that can't be true.
Oh, no,
because I can ask my neighbor, I can call my mom and ask her, Mom, do I exist? And she will say, yes, of course you exist.
Sure.
And in this way, I can validate that I exist and that I'm not crazy.
How do you know they exist?
Well, if you think that, you don't understand the depth of this problem of sovereignty and authority. When you call your mother and your mother tells you that you exist, see, the only reason you accept that answer as validation of anything, of your existence, for example, is because you already accept that you exist.
You must
if you
exist.
didn't already accept that you existed
exist.
and that she existed, then she couldn't use her existence to validate your existence.
Also, you can tell no one that you exist but themselves. You can tell no one that they exist but themselves? Wait, what? I don't know. If you ask your mom that you'd be sent to an institution, well, beware. Don't go around asking random people or your family, anybody, if you exist. That's a very strange way of interacting with the world. But, I mean, try it if you want, I guess. Maybe a cool prank, bro. Maybe you can do it for Instagram or TikTok or something. But it seems like a very bizarre way of talking to people.
You see, for her existence to exist, it has to exist within your existence. So when you call her, in a sense, you're begging the question because you're already admitting to yourself that you exist just by calling her and asking her to validate your existence because you're assuming that she exists.
Very nice. He's begging the question here. If you're throwing in like random logical fallacies, I guess, logical fallacies in here, begging the question. And I like that he actually explained what that meant. He probably could have just said it without even calling it begging the question, because a lot of people won't understand what that means. And a lot of people even have a colloquial definition of begging the question that isn't exactly correct, but he explained it very well. You have the premises, you have the conclusion snuck into the premise, and that's very basic. And we can all understand that, and we can probably understand how that's a weird thing and maybe not acceptable when trying to determine whether or not you exist. Okay, begging the question here.
You're doing all this implicitly, unconsciously, without being conscious of what you're doing. Therefore, to you, it might seem like this is an actual proof of something. It's not an actual proof of anything. What's really going on in this case is that you exist. That's the bottom line. You exist. And then everything else that you use to validate your existence is already layered upon your existence. It's a second order effect of your own existence, right? Because your mother can't exist without you first existing. Your mother, if you think about it, has only ever existed in your existence. Her existence has never been separate from your existence. In fact, the idea of your existence, your mother's existence, this is already one of those divisions that you've made in reality. There really is no such thing as your existence, my mother's existence. There's only existence. In fact, existence is absolute truth. Here it is. Look, existence.
Beautiful. So again, we do want to be careful because he is using words in many different ways and sort of going against our colloquial ways of understanding the usages of the words, right? There's only existence in this sort of absolute perspective. Some people won't like that word used for absolute truth, whatever. There's this absolute perspective where there's only existence and everything exists, and there's no difference between my existence and your existence. Okay. But then in the relative perspective, there are differences between different types of existences. There are very big differences between different types of existences, which kind of need to be pointed out and parsed and explained and understood very well. But this isn't the stream for that at the moment. There are different types of existences, and we do want to recognize and understand and be aware of those things. But from the sort of area that we're trying to exercise at the moment, this is absolute perspective area that we're trying to understand. Yes. We have existence, and that is absolute truth. Shared existence.
Existence absolutely exists.
I don't like this. I don't like this at all.
It sort of seems obvious when you put it that way, but what I'm saying is so radically profound. Do not assume that you understand what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. You don't. You're not conscious of what I'm saying. Even though it might seem like these are just word games, these are not just word games. This is not just word salad.
Unfortunately,
something very substantial is being said here, but you don't understand what is being said because you're not conscious of it yet. If you did, it would completely blow your mind. So, you see, my point is that
that's also not necessarily
already
true. Just for a second, that may not be the case. I don't know exactly how everyone acts in the world and if everyone's going to be acting in the same way. Blowing your mind is a sort of relative type of activity that may happen or may not happen based on some sort of relative activity of realizing some sort of absolute thing. There's no necessary connection between blowing your mind and engaging with absolute truth. Generally, okay, we can vibe with that. Generally, a lot of people, most of the time, okay, sure, but not necessarily. Maybe you'll learn again that it's just some sort of trivial thing, that something is happening. Okay, trivial fact there, I guess. Fact, not even the right word, but trivial something. Okay, we could vibe with that, and you don't blow your mind. Okay, well, but you still kind of get that. At least you get that. Part of absolute truth, a sliver of absolute truth.
Or relying upon a notion of absolute truth, but you're not honest with yourself about it. And how you're relying upon it is that you believe you exist. And you've believed that your entire existence. And you're not wrong about that. And when I say you, I don't mean the human self. I mean existence itself. I mean consciousness itself. Consciousness itself exists. Consciousness is existence. That's what we're talking about. So see, you take that for granted, and then you use that in order to bootstrap your entire relative framework of relative truths. And then you want to use that framework and reflect it back and try to use it to then apply it to the non-dual absolute truth. And then when that fails to work, you take that as evidence of the fact that there is no absolute truth. And that whole spiel is your self-deception. So the self-deception you have to be worried about here is not that you are hallucinating the absolute truth. It's actually that you are hallucinating its non-existence. That's the self-deception. So we have a self-deception wrapped within a self-deception. So when you think that you are deceiving yourself by believing in absolute truth as a possibility, and you're doubting absolute truth, that doubt of the absolute truth is the self-deception that needs to be cured in order to be able to access absolute truth. In fact, this problem goes so deep that even when people deconstruct much of their mind, like I teach, and then they actually do get a brief glimpse of absolute truth, they get a brief glimpse of it maybe for 5 minutes. Then they fall back down into relativity, into duality, and then they start to second guess themselves, and they start to say, oh, well, but what if that was just a hallucination? What if that was just some stuff happening in my brain, in my mind, neurons and things? And what if I was just imagining that and I was constructing something that Leo was talking about? The only reason I experienced this absolute truth was because Leo fed that idea into my mind for years through these videos.
Man, that's such a good teaching. It's very interesting if you ever have this sort of map scripting sort of thing, or somebody tells you something and you go and it happens because somebody told you. You can actually, if you can actually determine that you've been, that the reason why something happened is because you expected it to happen. Man, that's so cool. That's a very interesting sort of phenomena to experience and understand and deconstruct, I suppose, but not entirely related to what we're referring to here. It's sort of tangential. Okay.
What I'm telling you is that when you do that, when you doubt the absolute truth, that is the delusion. And you're not recognizing that. You think by doubting everything,
The delusion is the truth.
including the absolute truth, that you're actually getting yourself closer to truth. And that turns out to be the ultimate deception. Because doubt itself is something that's part of the relative truth framework. It's not part of non-duality. When you are conscious of absolute truth, what I'm asking you to open your mind to, I'm asking you to open your mind to this following radical thing, is that when you are conscious of the absolute truth, there literally is no more room left for doubt, error, or mistake, or delusion, or the brains and neurons, or a veil of perceptions, or human misunderstanding, or human misperception, or illusion. None of that can exist within absolute truth. Absolute truth means you've pierced through every single veil. So here's what I'm asking you to really open your mind to. Is your mind open to the possibility that you, not anybody else, but you personally, can pierce through absolutely every veil of deception and reach the rock bottom of what reality is? Is that possible? And if your answer is no, then my question to you is, how can you know that? What if you're wrong?
Only you.
Can you see that if you're mistaken on this point, and such a thing actually is possible, but you're wrong about it, that you will never be able to validate it for yourself? Because you see, unlike other things, which can be validated to you by others, absolute truth is of such a kind that it cannot be validated by any other.
So I guess he has to now, at this point, well, maybe at some point he's going to have to turn and change to describe or explain why someone would care to search for the absolute truth or want to verify such a trivial, nonsensical type of thing here that is not verifiable, not shareable. What's the reason? This will be the sort of relativistic sort of framework. We're going to want some benefit. We're going to want some reason. Why go through any of this? You're just thinking this. You I care. Yeah. It seems like a natural place to add this sort of, why do we care about the absolute truth? What is it going to do for us? What's it going to change for us? Generally, people are going to be thinking about benefit. So where's my benefit? Qui bono, buddy. Qui bono. Hopefully me. Where's my benefit?
Literally. That means when you finally, if you finally reach absolute truth, no human being will be able to validate it for you.
Mm-hmm. No one's going to validate it. You can't share it with anybody. You probably can't even share it with yourself, but that's a whole other matter. You started caring because you suffered. Interesting. If you never suffered, you would never have cared about the absolute truth. Interesting. He gets so worked up about it. Maybe it's not something you want to know. Well, you might become a maniac. You might become, a DMT addict or something. Yeah, I don't know.
Not your mom, not a scientist, not a doctor, not a professor, not your guru, not even Leo. It will only be you.
Only you.
Just like with your own existence. Nobody, and I mean nobody, think about this is radical. There is not a single being in the entire universe, no matter how intelligent or advanced technologically, whether they're aliens or angels or whatever, that can validate your own existence to you. No scientist can do it, no professor can do it, no doctor can do it, no theologian, no priest. Your parents can't do it. Nobody can do it but you.
I don't get the sense that he did enough legwork in helping us disambiguate what is colloquially thought of as existing and what he is referring to as existing. Because somebody could, there are a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but it's conceivable that a person is convinced that they don't exist. This is a conceivable way of you can imagine a person who thinks that they don't actually exist. And probably there are people out there who have been convinced that they don't actually exist. And you can think of ways to try to trick people into thinking that they don't actually exist. So if that's possible, you can deconfirm it, then that means that potentially you could verify it or confirm it or do things that make it seem more likely that they exist and so on and so forth. But that's just, obviously that's within a particular perspective of what exist means, within a more narrow version of existence than what Leo's referring to here. So I feel like he would maybe have to have earlier before gave us a little bit of a more breakdown between what he means by exist and what normal people mean by exist, and potentially use a different word for it. I like to use different language for these things as opposed to using the same words that confuse people. Other people can verify you exist if we're using a different concept for exist, like a more normal concept for exist. So I don't know if this is as convincing a point as he would wish it to be if people aren't already on board with what he believes.
That means the only way you can know that you exist is through your own existence. And there is no other way.
Why does the talk about the absolute truth have to be so serious, Leo? Leo? Why does it have to be so serious, Leo? Why not joke and dance about it? Well, I'm sure people could joke and dance about it. I don't think that's an issue, but it's just that Leo is a pretty serious kind of guy, you know. All of his videos are very serious, right? Elbow cough is a dab emote, yes. So, yeah, I don't know. Just because he's describing it in one particular way, I don't know if he would go on to say that it must be serious. At least I would hope not. That'd be very strange. Surely he could be joking, and surely he could be dancing, or he could be doing art about it, or whatever. There are many, many methods to convey similar things, but his method is to speak to a camera for multiple hours and be overly precise in ways that are very much not important and not precise in all the ways that are much more important. So, yeah, that's his own style, though. A diversity of tactics, I suppose. Everyone gets their own way of describing something, and maybe somebody will like it. Kind of seems like a turnoff. Maybe for some people, this is a turn on towards that truth. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people really like it. I'm sure a lot of people don't. It's a bit. Well, you're watching it. You know what it is.
It's 100% direct. There is no veil. There is no medium. There is no process by which you validate your own existence. Existence exists. It's too direct for there to be a process. Any process you use to validate existence, can you see that that process is already too many steps removed from existence itself? Because every step in the process itself has to exist in order for it to lead to some sort of conclusion. So any proof for existence is absurd and stupid.
Whoa.
Literally stupid is what it is.
Leo.
Because if you think you can prove existence through some mathematical formula or through some scientific procedure or through some kind of experiment or through calling your mom or by talking to an alien through some sort of radio communication device, if you think you can prove your own existence that way, you're being so stupid because that chain itself has to exist for it to prove anything. You see?
I see.
So literally what I'm saying is that the only way you know you exist is by existing. And while that might seem sort of obvious and
trivial,
sort of a hollow statement, it's actually not. It's a deeply profound statement. What I'm literally telling you is that the only way that reality
is it profound?
Knows it exists is through its own sovereign self-recognition of its existence. So see, ordinarily we think that, oh, reality just exists. It just exists without us. It just exists somehow, in some way. We don't know how. It just exists. But no, what I'm telling you is that reality only exists if it recognizes its own existence. And if it doesn't, then it can't exist.
Reality only exists if it recognizes its own existence. So again, I think we're using the word exist in many different ways. Why would you need to verify or recognize? Why does reality need to recognize its existence to exist? Man, I wish he was slightly more specific in how he's using that, so we understand what he means by existing in both of the appearances in that statement, and what does it even mean to recognize, and what does it mean for the universe to recognize? There's a lot of question marks in that one, from me at least. He's been using exist as in consciously perceived. Right. So something has to be conscious for you to realize that it's conscious. Something has to exist. The universe has to realize its existence to exist. Right. It has to be perceived or consciously experienced, perceived, probably not even the right word, but it has to be perceived to be perceived. Well, yeah, that would make a coherent statement, at least a terminable statement, at least for us to understand. If existence doesn't recognize itself, then how can anything appear? Well, if we're using existence in the normal way, well, you can imagine that there is a world that is separate from any conscious being, right? We can walk somewhere and see that there was stuff there beforehand. Now, of course, that's rolling in lots of concepts from the materialistic paradigm. I'm okay with that. I'm understanding that. But that's just one usage of the word exist. We can understand that the forest exists over there without a person being conscious of anything there. And we can walk there and we can verify it. Or we can understand that the universe existed before people were here to be experiencing the existence of the universe or recognizing the existence of the universe. We can see these things. Of course, if you're wanting to be sort of a weird kind of idealistic kind of person, well, you're imagining it now, so therefore you're creating it. Well, okay, well, now we're getting into different usage of the word exist, which is why we want to make sure that we be more precise with how we're using the word exist, so that we're not using it in multiple ways, or we're not being very confusing for the audience. Leo may say that the force doesn't exist when you don't perceive it, and it reappears and comes into existence once you start to perceive it. Yeah, and all of history and such is post. I don't think it's reverse instantiated. So you get this moment here, and then you sort of, all of the past is created from this moment that is started here. It's like if you read the first paragraph of Harry Potter, well, then now we can assume that since that world exists, that there was a history of that entire world, and he was born from parents, and evolution happened, and there are cities and stuff. So technology, grew and changed and developed. So we can assume that sort of stuff, and it's not that we're just assuming it; it's actually that it instantiates all that stuff. The past is instantiated from the first line, and apparently from our first perception here, from our perception of reality as it is now. You're looking at your computer, your phone, or whatever, or maybe you're doing something, you're listening to this in your headphones. I don't know how you're listening, but now is now, and you're perceiving this, and you're creating all of the past. Now that we've brought our focus to the past and how the universe was created and so on and so forth, all of that is being created currently, right now, in this very moment. We can go through all those different routes. But again, these are different ways of using existence. So I wish we could be more clear.
This makes reality itself absolute truth. Because that's what oneness is. See, oneness, infinity, that which has no ends or bounds, that which has no other to it, cannot have something outside of it which it can reference relativistically to make a proof, to lean upon. It can't be used as a there's no Archimedean point, is what I'm telling you, that you can leverage to actually
point.
Challenge existence itself, because existence is all that there is. That's the nature of the absolute. There's nothing else you can compare or contrast it with. There's nothing else you can use to define it. The reason you can't put your finger on what existence is because anytime you use your words or your mind to say, oh, existence is X, existence is Y, existence is Z, it has these properties, it has these characteristics. Anytime you're doing that, you're dragging existence from the non-dual domain into the relative domain. And in so doing, you are creating an opposite to existence, which is non-existence, which doesn't actually exist. So when you're doing that, you're not actually conscious of what existence is. When you're fully conscious of what existence is, you actually can't say what it is. It's because it's literally undefinable. You can't define it. Because to define anything, a definition of anything, requires at least two things. The thing you're trying to define, and then the thing defining it. But both those things have to exist first. You see, everything boils down to existence. So existence itself is the absolute. And what do I mean by existence? I mean everything. So here we get the ultimate strange loop and paradox, which is that when you actually become conscious of absolute truth, you will realize that there was always only the absolute truth. There never was a relative truth.
Wow.
Because the absolute has no opposite. See, if you're living in a reality where there is absolute truth on the one hand and then there's relative truth on the other hand, that already is part of the relative domain, because it's in the relative domain that you have different kinds of truth. In the absolute domain, there aren't different kinds of truth. There's only absolute truth.
Mm-hmm.
So the deep, profound paradox of absolute truth is that while it seems like absolute truth is this airy-fairy notion that exists somewhere in the heavens that can never be accessed, the truth is exactly the opposite.
Now, of course, this is not a paradox.
Paradox.
Wow. This is not a paradox. This is it's just different ways of viewing the world. You've got multiple ways of viewing the world, and we can understand that, and we can see that, and we can be aware that there are multiple ways of viewing the world. And you can try to view the world in the absolute way, you can try to view the world in the relative way, and you want to develop both of these independently. You want to develop and understand them, and of course they can have a view of each other, but the view is going to be partial view. When you're sober and you're viewing yourself as you're drunk, you're going to see something very different from when you're drunk and you're seeing yourself as drunk. But then when you're drunk and you're seeing yourself as sober, you're going to see something very different than when you're sober and you're seeing yourself as sober. You have different perspectives on these things. So from the relative perspective, you have an idea of the absolute truth, and that is different from the relative truth. From the absolute truth perspective, there's only the absolute truth. There's nothing else. There's no other distinctions to be made. There are no distinctions anywhere. And you can see that. This is not paradoxical. It's just two different ways of viewing the world. They don't need to conflict. They mustn't conflict. No paradoxes here. No paradoxes present.
Is that the only thing that exists, really, is absolute truth, because it's absolutely everything, and all the relative stuff that you've been attached to your whole life has just been stories spun by your mind, which, of course, is a part of the absolute truth, but it's a lack of consciousness of it. It's a misconstrual of it. It's a misinterpretation.
Misconstrual.
Now, of course, some of you who are dense will say, well, Leo, but what if this all sounds good. It sounds like nice philosophy, but what if all of this is just a self-deception?
Okay.
To which I say,
Wasn't that the first objection that we had? Was it if it's subtraction or if it was a hallucination or something? That was like 30 minutes ago, bro.
what I'm pointing at is something beyond what my words are able to communicate.
Okay.
So when you take the absolute truth and you turn it into stories and words that I'm telling you, and explanations, even explanations like this one, they always become relativistic. All my explanations of absolute truth are all relativistic. They're all finite. So yeah, this here in the relative domain, you can have self-deceptions. But when you are directly conscious of the absolute truth, which you are not right now, then it can't be a self-deception. And then the only question is, are you going to be wise enough to recognize that this is a possibility that you can actualize? And that you haven't actualized it yet, but that you could. Because see, it's hard to actualize something when you don't believe you can even do it, or that it's possible to even do. Now you say, but Leo, but all of that could just be experiences generated by neurons in the brain. No, it can't. If you think that, you're operating in the relative domain. You're not in the absolute. You have to enter the absolute. See, there's no way for you to understand the absolute while sitting in the comfort of the relative domain, because the relative domain is illusion. You have to leave the relative domain and go and inhabit the absolute non-dual domain. You have to do that. And then that is how you validate it. You say, aha, Leo, but you said it couldn't be validated. Well, it can't be validated through anyone but yourself, which is why I talk about direct experience so much. The only way reality can know that it exists is through you. It can't exist in any other way but through you. The mistake that materialists and scientists have made is they've made the mistake of assuming that reality can exist independently of your existence. This is an unscientific, unprovable claim, and it also happens to be false.
All right, we want to be careful here. He's saying it's unscientific. It's not unscientific to hold up the scientific assumptions that have been built up over the years. It's not unscientific to have assumptions about the world. Of course, you want to have fewer assumptions or whatever, but the scientific assumptions are not unscientific assumptions. They're part of science. This is sort of a fundamental aspect of science. So we don't want to use scientific in weird ways or ways that aren't actually in accord to how scientists generally think of the word. And if we can understand that there are assumptions associated with science, we can point them out as assumptions, and maybe people don't like assumptions, and we can, try to have them challenge those. But to call it unscientific, well, it's just like a needless attack. It seems like he's trying to do some sort of digs here that may land on some people, may not land on other people, may trigger some people, may not for others. It's completely unnecessary.
And you will discover that it's false if you ever enter into the absolute domain and leave behind the relative domain. So you see, the relative domain has extremely powerful hooks and anchors that it has sunk into your mind, deep, deep, deep into your psyche, that is keeping you anchored in the relative domain. And so the struggle here is sort of snipping off all those anchors and hooks that keep you attached. But of course, as you're doing that, you're literally detaching yourself from what you consider reality, because what you consider reality is consensus reality. It's the reality you generated with your fellow human chimps through culture and through even science. Science is part of culture, by the way, and through external validation. See, you are so insecure about taking back your full authority, your absolute sovereignty as the reality that you are, the universe that you are. You're so afraid of taking back your sovereignty, of thinking for yourself, of validating your own truth, that you want somebody else, some other human to validate it for you. You want some guru, you want some professor, you want some scientist, you want somebody with a big name, with lots of charisma, lots of passion. You want someone like me to validate it for you. And in so doing, you will never reach absolute truth, and you will forever be deluded. That is the chief delusion.
Wow, sounds
and
horrible.
that is what I explained in my episode called How Authority Works. See, you are unwittingly giving away your authority to imaginary others out there that you created by dividing reality into multiple consciousnesses. And you think that by dividing reality into multiple consciousnesses and giving your authority to those other consciousnesses, whether it's your parents, your government officials, or your TV pundits, or whoever you watch on YouTube, or some guru you like, or whatever priest you listen to, or some textbook you read, or some scientist you enjoy listening to, whoever the authority is, you rely on those people to tell you who you are and that you exist and what's true. Because The truth is that if you didn't rely on any of it, if you cut all those umbilical cords, all that would be left is you and your own mind, which then literally means that whatever your mind imagines becomes the absolute truth. And that is what you're fucking terrified of. Because then you literally have the sovereignty of God. Your imagination becomes absolute.
That sounds kind of cool.
Then when you dream, your dream becomes absolute reality. And by that, I don't mean that you dream of money and then you wake up and there's a bunch of money in your bank account. No. I mean, when you are dreaming about money at night when you're sleeping, that dream is absolutely true as what's happening here right now. That does not mean you're going to get a bunch of money in your bank account.
Not necessarily. But also, you do want to pay attention if you think that your dreams are absolutely true. Yeah, maybe you'll do a little bit of work of taking care of paying attention to your dreams and making sure that you're doing well in your dreams and not doing anything awkward or weird in the dreams. That amount of responsibility is very frightening. Yeah, you want to take responsibility for all the suffering in the world and everything in the world. But also all the good stuff in the world and how cool the world is and the fact of the world itself and being responsible for the truth and having the sovereignty. You have this complete, absolute freedom. I mean, it's kind of cool, man. I think it's a good thing to develop and understand and really feel that type of way. And I don't know. I like it. I think I can just vouch for it. It sounds pretty cool to me. Something worth developing and really getting a hold of and feeling that actual responsibility, taking responsibility for your own life, for the world, for truth itself, for everything. Take responsibility. It's kind of a cool thing. For some people, maybe empowering for some people, maybe stressful for other people. So if it's too stressful, okay, well, maybe it's not for you, but try it out.
So don't get your hopes up.
Limiting beliefs there, Leo. You can make all the money you want.
That's what you're really terrified of. What you're ultimately, your mind is protecting you from realizing this. Why? Because in a sense, this is what you perceive madness to be. What you perceive madness to be is being so lost inside your own mind that you can't tell the difference anymore between what's real and what's unreal. Humans have classified this as insanity or as something that's a problem. And it can be a problem if it's done in a dysfunctional way, but if it's done in a functional way where you're fully conscious of what you're doing and you're not abusing it, then what actually happens is that you discover the ultimate truth. And the ultimate truth is that the entire universe is your imagination at work.
Wow, it's all in your imagination. I have to pee in my imagination, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Continuing.
And your imagination is completely sovereign. Which is why your reality feels real, no matter how crazy your beliefs and ideas are. Have you ever wondered why, religious fanatics do crazy things? Why people believe crazy things and behave in crazy ways? The MAGA people, the anti-vax people, the pro-vax people, the corporate people, the Muslims, the Jews, the atheists, all these people, they're all fucking crazy. They're all living in their own bubble realities.
Yes. But not everybody feels that everything is real. Of course, you can have derealization or something like that, and not have the sense of reality within what we consider reality. Which is also a very curious type of thing that can happen here. But yeah, a lot of people think it's real, and they have these very strange, very wide range of beliefs, but they all seem to have the sense of reality in common.
And they're acting as though their reality is the truth. Why is that? Well, because the ultimate truth is that their imaginations and they're spinning their bubbles, they're spinning their realities. That's God constructing reality. And whatever reality you're dreaming up is the reality you're inhabiting, and that's what feels real to you. And if you're imagining that you can't walk through a wall, that's what your reality becomes. And you're terrified of learning that. Because then you're all alone. See, you can't even ask somebody else to validate this for you.
Oh, oh.
When you realize what I'm telling you, you might think like, "Oh, I'm gonna email Leo and I'm gonna just double check. Let me double check with Leo if I got this right." No, if you're emailing Leo to validate this, then you haven't got it. It's completely you. You're completely sovereign. You're completely absolute. But you don't want to accept that because it's too much responsibility to bear. And it leaves you feeling all alone. And then you can't tell what's up, what's down, what's good, what's bad, what's left, what's right, what's true, what's false, what's real, what's unreal, because all those distinctions melt away.
Bad state to be in.
And then what you're left with is you're left with absolute consciousness, absolute truth, which is precisely what all this is right now.
But then you get to truth.
Right now, you exist as absolute truth. That's all that there is. The problem is that your mind has misconstrued for your entire life what this life, this experience we call life, what it is. It isn't a veil of perception. There aren't atoms behind the scenes. There aren't mathematical calculations happening in the universe behind the scenes. There aren't physical laws behind the scenes somewhere running this show. This is it. Reality is precisely what it appears to be. Consider that radical possibility. Open your mind to the possibility that what is real, what is true, is exactly what is before you right now.
Okay. What we sense is what is here, what is real.
Stop imagining any more layers to reality than what you see. Consider for a moment this radical possibility that this is it. Absolute truth does not look like numbers or computer simulations or angels or bearded men in the clouds or atoms or quarks or strings or multiverses or universes. It doesn't look like any of that. It looks exactly like this right now. This is it. This.
He's very excited about this.
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 You. This is absolute truth. And everything else is shit you're imagining, which is still part of the absolute truth, but it is imaginary.
Okay.
When you think of quarks and brains and neurons and experiences and veils of perception and different spectra of electromagnetic radiation to which you're not privy to, when you think about different conscious entities, when you think about rattlesnakes and bats and dolphins and whales and all their ways of perceiving the world, when you think about angels and devils and you think about aliens perceiving the world in different ways, all of that is this right now. You're fucking imagining it right now. Isn't that true? Don't believe me?
It's
Just
true.
Take a look. Take a look.
We are imagining something, at least.
Anything I'm saying that's true is only true because it's present for you right now. If it's not present for you, it's not true. Something else is true for you because you're imagining that's something else, whatever that is. See, like if you imagine, like some New Age people do, some New Age people imagine that they're aliens from other planets, star seeds and Arcturians and whatever else. See, if you imagine deeply enough that you're an alien from another planet, that becomes your reality.
It's true.
And nobody, and I mean nobody, can change that.
Nobody. Ain't no one.
If you want to believe you're an alien and you really want to go with it all the way, you can believe it, and no matter what anybody tells you, you'll keep believing it and believing it and believing it, and it'll just become your reality. After all, that's exactly what you did to become human. See, the only difference is that it was a little bit easier for you to become a human, because when you started to believe that you're a human, people weren't naysaying you and saying, oh, you're bad for believing you're human. How dare you? You're insane. Which they would do if you tell them that you're an alien. But see, when you became a human, the way you did it is you just started to believe you're human, and you started imagining more and more that you're human, you're human, you're human. And then others around you, because they were doing the same thing, because you're playing the same game, they kept reinforcing in you, yeah, you're a human, you're a good human, you're a good human, good human, bad human, bad human, bad human, don't do that, don't believe this, that's bad, this is good, believe this. Don't believe you're an alien, that's bad, believe you're a human, that's good. Don't believe you're a cat or a dog, that's bad, believe you're a human, that's good. Right?
This is surprisingly very difficult to play Sudoku while listening to people talk. Much harder than I expected it to be. Just hard to listen and, well, hard to follow all the things and listen at the same time. But anyway, side note, not important.
And they kept reinforcing that in you more and more and more, and then you grew up that way, and then now you think you're a human. And you think you're actually a human. And you think you were born a human, and you think that there's no other way you could be. And you think that this is a scientific truth. But you see, if we took a human and we just did that and we just replaced human with alien, we could raise a human that believed he's an alien. Just using the exact same process.
Could.
Through social pressure and reinforcement. And that person would legit believe that he's an alien. Yeah, it's twisted. It's heavy stuff. Heavy stuff. Not very easy to swallow all this.
Mm-hmm.
So see, what's really crucial, the whole point of all this is that I want to preempt a trap for you. The trap I want to preempt is this, is that some of you doing this work will actually, maybe within a year or two, stumble upon absolute truth. You'll get a glimpse of it. You'll get a 5, 10, 20-minute glimpse, maybe a 60-minute glimpse of it. Maybe during a psychedelic experience, maybe through some meditation, through some yoga, through some shamanic breathing, maybe through a solo retreat. You'll get a glimpse of it. But then what'll happen is that you'll come crashing back down,
Oh, no.
and then your mind will try to protect you from that by telling you, oh, well, that was just a trip. Oh, well, that's just hallucination. Oh, just neurons in the brain. Oh, it's just an experience. It was just a mystical experience. And there's no way to validate it. And then you'll forget about it and drop back down into your human life. And in this way, you will never fully actualize absolute truth, and you'll never fully get a real deep experience of it, because a little glimpse of it is not the same as a deep experience of it. To get the deep experience of it, you have to really, really embrace the oneness, sovereignty, take full responsibility, take back all of your authority, really understand that nobody will validate it for you, and that is not a bug, that's a feature, and this is actually what you want. You want to become absolute. What does it mean to be absolute? You can't be absolute unless you're sovereign about the construction of your reality. To be absolute means that you recognize that this reality is your responsibility and no one else's. Nobody else is doing it. You are doing it. Nobody else is to blame. Nobody else can validate your existence. Nobody else can tell you whether you're sane or insane. Nobody can tell you whether you're being a good person or a bad person, a moral person or not a moral person, a spiritual person or not a spiritual person. Nobody can tell you whether you're doing your spirituality right or wrong. Only you can figure that out and know that. And it's from that that comes the ultimate confidence, the ultimate strength, an unshakable, unwavering imperturbability, a groundedness. You're grounded in the absolute at that point. Now, some people here will object and they'll say, but Leo, what if somebody follows this advice, they do that, and then they delude themselves because they do it in the wrong way, and then they start to believe that they're an alien or something. And then they're 100% confident about it, that they're this alien, or that they're 100% confident that the world is coming to an end, so they have to go out there and murder people.
Oh no, don't do that.
Or they're 100% confident that because everything is love, that they're allowed to go around raping people.
Don't do that either. It sounds not. Don't do that.
To which my answer is, yes, that is certainly possible.
Don't say that, Lee.
There are a million ways to fuck this up. And for every one person that succeeds in actualizing what I'm talking about, there will be 1,000 who become murderers and rapists and cult leaders and exploiters and manipulators and criminals and wind up in insane asylums.
So many.
But you know what? That's already the case. That's already the case. In the relative paradigm in which we're living, the materialist paradigm in which we're living, we already got plenty of terrorists and murderers and rapists and thieves and criminals and corporate raiders and white collar criminals and swindlers and grifters and corrupt politicians and dictators and child abusers and animal abusers. We already got millions of those people.
Well, that doesn't absolve us of any responsibility here from this sort of space, right? So a lot of people are already bad. So yes, okay, people are bad. The problem that he's presenting here is that the teaching that he has can be very easily, well, no one said that, but it can be corrupted into justifying bad behavior. That's the contention. And his response is that people are already justifying bad behavior, so whatever. I don't think that's a very good, acceptable response to the objection that the person is having. People are concerned about your teaching, so what can we do to make sure that your teaching does not get corrupted into justifying weird, antisocial, bad behavior? That would be we would want to directly address that, as opposed to always pointing to, let's say, society at large or other people who have weirder ideas and that behavior is already happening. We can't just always divert attention to other people who are doing bad things already. I don't think, but it seems like he's done that a couple times. This sort of activity a couple times where he's just kind of making a diversion, making us look at other people who are doing something bad as opposed to actually addressing the objection to himself. It's kind of strange. He's gotten into the habit of doing this, I think.
We got millions of mentally ill people. We got millions of depressed people. We've got millions of bipolar people. We've got millions of just fucking psychotic people.
Yes, and not all bipolar and psychotic people are antisocial all the time. Not all the time, at least.
So that why don't you count those against the materialist paradigm, against the relative dualist paradigm?
Mm-hmm.
So you seem to take every little hiccup that happens along the non-dual path, you take it as against the non-dual path, but then all the shit, the war, the slavery, the genocide, the corporate exploitation, the wage slavery, the actual slavery, the religious indoctrination, the scientific blunders and disasters and, wars and technological death that is caused by pharmaceuticals and by nuclear weapons and by radiation, by heavy metals. You take all that and you completely ignore all that. And then as soon as there's a little hiccup on the non-dual path, you say, oh, that means the non-dual path is so dangerous. Well, how much more dangerous is it than what you're doing already? What you've been doing your whole life, what you've been seeing on the news. That's the dual path, what you've been seeing on the news.
Whataboutism is what we're getting here. Exactly that.
The nature of the absolute.
Now, again, I think it's it's a good point to bring up. We may want to explore that and look at the pros and cons of different perspectives and, actually look at those and contrast. That's a very good thing, but that's not what was brought up. The objection that was brought up is that your teaching can be corrupted to justify bad behavior. What do you do about that? What can we do to make sure that we can do less of that? And we can talk about how it's a problem in every paradigm, but that doesn't stop you from wanting to improve the paradigm that you're teaching in particular. So we can't get into this habit of trying to do this whataboutism and divert attention away from the actual objection that is being brought up. You also want to address the objection.
Is that anything you think or imagine about the absolute is not the absolute.
No chess today.
That's the paradox. But there's a further paradox which makes it even more of a mindfuck, which is this, is that at the same time, everything that you think and imagine about the absolute is the absolute, but not at the level at which you think it is. Try interpreting that correctly.
Everything is the absolute, but...
If this sounds like word salad, if it sounds like Zen, it's because there's a reason why Zen sounds like Zen. Because you can't bring the absolute into the relative. And speech is the relative. Language.
Not always. So maybe it depends on what you mean by always here. Not always, though. So there are many other reasons why Zen sounds like Zen, of course. There are different modes of interacting that Zen tries to force you into or kick you into, and you can start doing weird stuff and thinking in different ways and ways that aren't relative in the same way that relative stuff is relative. I guess you can maybe consider it absolute. Some people may consider some things absolute. Let those people consider whatever they like to consider. But there are different ways of interacting in the world that become induced when doing things like word salad or a more particular Zen type of exposition in language and prose or whatever. They sometimes are inducing a particular mode of being that is beyond the typical relativistic mode of being and listening and understanding the world. Sometimes, so it's what he's saying, but also more, and but also it could be less. Some people are just saying nonsensical things to be nonsensical, and they like to trigger people or whatever, and they're just weirdos. And there's also that too. So it could be more, it could be less. There you go.
Language is relative. Logic is relative. You cannot do logic on the absolute, at least not the kind of logic you're used to. There's a sort of different kind of higher order, we might call it sort of an infinite logic, a non-dual logic. But
Infinite logic.
It's a very paradoxical logic. The absolute cannot ever be spoken or thought of without paradox or contradiction. This is not a bug, this is a feature, because the absolute is total, it's all-encompassing, and it's one. So make a distinction, please, between two types of absolute to make this more confusing. There's absolute with a lowercase a and absolute with an uppercase a.
I love it. I love that we're getting much more distinctions. Of course, obviously, absolute truth, no distinctions to be seen. Okay. But now we have the relative perspective, which is what we're kind of working in right now, to view the absolute truth, which is probably not the best way of going about it, but there are some relative perspectives that are appropriate for getting more precise ways of viewing the absolute truth. And now we're dividing even the absolute truth into absolute with capital A, absolute with lowercase a. Hopefully, while we're doing all these activities, we don't get too confused into thinking that the more precise way, in the sort of relativistic sense, the more precise way of viewing the absolute truth gets us any closer to the absolute truth. Of course it doesn't, but it can be a helpful tool for some people. Some people like to get this extra precision and understanding and can parse things out. And if we're working within the relativistic paradigm, we do want to exercise and develop that relativistic paradigm in such a way that you can start to see such distinctions between absolute with a capital A and absolute with a lowercase a, and so on and so forth. You do want to strengthen these distinctions and such because you're working within a relativistic paradigm. But when you switch over to the absolute truths type of paradigm, the absolute paradigm as opposed to the relativistic types of paradigms, when you switch over to those, then you want to exercise those and develop those very strongly, in which case there won't be any distinctions between any of this stuff, and there probably won't even be development. You'll get it when you get there, probably. There's going to be a lot of differences going on there. Things are going to be a little bit stranger. And how I'm describing it won't be quite accurate or important or relevant or anything, but you do, when you're in the relativistic paradigm, you develop it as you're here. Develop it very much. And if you have the absolute worldview under the microscope of a relativistic paradigm, then you can make these extra divisions as necessary. Let's go into it.
Absolute with an uppercase A is what I'm pointing at when I'm talking about the absolute. So anytime I say the word absolute, I'm actually just using a word, a relative word. Absolute as separate from relative. These are two words, concepts, thoughts. When I say the word absolute, that is not the actual thing. The actual thing is what the word is pointing at, but can never be spoken. That's the uppercase A absolute. So the lowercase a absolute is just a concept. It's an idea. You have an idea of absolute. You have an idea of God. You have an idea of infinity. You have an idea of love. You have an idea of everythingness. You have an idea of nothingness. These are all ideas. These are not the same thing as the actual things those words point at. But also, they are. Because language and words are part of the absolute. But they're not the entirety of it. And it's not what we're concerned with in this conversation. Then I want you to make a further distinction. I want you to make a distinction between absolute truth as the actual thing being pointed at versus as dogma and as ideology. See, so there's a pre-trans fallacy that happens here. See, one of the problems with teaching about the absolute from a higher level perspective, from a sort of spiral dynamics tier 2 perspective, is that those at tier 1, when they hear about absolute truth, they will misconstrue it as pre-rational, falling into the pre-trans fallacy, and they will construe it as like, oh, well, Leo is talking about the absolute truth. That means he must be some sort of crackpot, religious fanatic, cult leader, because he actually believes that his beliefs are true, absolutely true. Mm-hmm. But that is not what Leo is saying. Leo is saying something much, much, much more nuanced and more radical and complex than this.
Yeah, I guess we want to take and try to make sure that we see his perspective or his what he's saying here as being a mature version. We can try to take it as charitably as possible and see that it's more mature than maybe we may have initially thought. He's not just saying that all of his beliefs are true in such a way that it destructively overrides every other perspective out there in the world. That would be a problem. If there's a person out there who thinks that what they believe is true and they're saying that necessarily other ways of viewing the world is wrong or are wrong, and going further that other ways of viewing the world or other forms of development shouldn't be developed, shouldn't be looked at, and shouldn't be exercised, and so on and so forth. That sounds like a problem. That sounds like a fanatic. That sounds like a person who is brainwashed, potentially. That's sort of the realm of area that we don't want to jump into. But for him to be using the word absolute truth, whatever, use whatever label he wants, it's not such a problem.
I'm saying something trans, not pre. By trans, what I mean is that, there's sort of three levels that humans go through. The first level is that humans get mired in absolute truth as ideology and dogma. This is what you see in the Middle East a lot. This is what you see in evangelical Christian circles. Orthodox religious traditions fall into the sort of spiral dynamic stage, red and blue, absolute truth. They actually believe that Jesus was the Son of God, this sort of stuff. Like, they take the Bible literally as absolute truth. This is a very low level of cognitive development. This is the pre-stage. Then you grow out of that and you reach the stages orange and green, where now you realize that that stuff wasn't literally true. The stories in the Bible aren't literally true. They're mostly just myths and exaggerations and so forth. You realize that at stage orange and green. And then to you, people who claim absolute truth, those seem like lunatics. You want nothing to do with those people. They seem unscientific. They seem religious. They seem small-minded. They seem myopic. They seem bigoted. Because usually people who latch onto absolute truth, they are bigoted. Literally, they're bigoted. Because their mind is so closed off to that little perspective. But you have to understand that is not really absolute truth. That is just beliefs.
Beliefs.
And dogma. And then so people who are at stage orange and green, this is perhaps one of the most dangerous stages, because here you actually are going to university, you're reading books, you're studying science, mathematics, logic, and all this, postmodernism, maybe even a little bit. You're studying this stuff, you're understanding this stuff. And now it seems to you that you have this scientific worldview, that now you understand that relative truth, that absolute truth is just all, human constructions and such, and dogmas. And now finally you're free of such a silly notion. And you think you've made it. Well, you haven't made it. You're stuck in the middle. Now there's the trans level, the really complex advanced stuff, which is what I'm talking about. The position I'm talking about is the place that, okay, so you've discovered that those were all myths and stuff in the Bible and so forth. But then what about the actual shit that the Bible was pointing to? You say, well, that stuff, it didn't exist. The Bible was pointing to nothing. And that's where you're wrong. The Bible was pointing to something. It was horribly corrupted and misconstrued, but the Bible was pointing to something. What was the Bible pointing to? What was Jesus pointing to? What was the Buddha pointing to? What was Moses pointing to? What was Muhammad pointing to? They were pointing to absolute truth with a capital A, but you can't speak it. You can't logic it. You can't science it. You can't run an experiment on it. You can't validate it.
What do you do with it?
And so the problem is that whenever I speak from that level, people assume that I'm speaking from just a religious dogmatic level. And that's really a shame. That's the pre-trans fallacy, so watch out for that. And it'll happen to you too. If you're going to be teaching others about this stuff, it'll happen to you. People will, even just using the word God. See, sometimes I hesitate to use the word God because I know that in any episode where I use the word God, immediately half the audience will think that I'm a stage blue religious fanatic or a Christian or an evangelical or something just for saying the word God. That just for saying that word. And then sometimes people say, well, Leo, why use that word? That's such a religiously loaded word. It's not a good word. Use a word like nothingness or something and it's better. Use a word like the universe. It's better. But actually, when you realize that you're God, you'll understand why that word is used.
You'll be like, oh my God, I am God. Oh my God. Well, some people certainly. But of course, if you're trying to communicate it, this is like, again, he doesn't like to really address the issues. He kind of just says, well, you'll understand it when you get there, or you would understand if you had your mind open enough. It's not really addressing the criticism. And it's not really even taking the criticism, assume the criticism is a ridiculous type of criticism. The person just doesn't like religious language. Okay, sure. But then we can take the criticism and then like morph it into a more mature version of itself. And we can see that if you're triggering people and turning them all off by saying God, well, maybe it's a better way of communicating to not evoke those concepts. Because you can get the same information across to people without evoking God, which is similar to the God that they may be thinking of. So like maybe we want to be a little bit more expressive and precise with our language so that people aren't hijacking our position or thinking that our position is something that it isn't, right? We can talk about Jordan Peterson, who is a person who has his position hijacked often because people think that he's talking about normal type of religious stuff. And in this case, his Leo's position is not being hijacked, but it's being dismissed because because he's using a sort of trigger word for a lot of people. So like we can just get rid of that problem by not using these trigger words. Right. Now it's okay to like sprinkle it in. Maybe you can say sometimes you're talking about God and let people know that's how you naturally feel about it. And that's okay. But when you're communicating it, when you're trying to like teach people what it is that you're trying to teach them, it may be helpful to use the language that is most understandable to these folks, which clearly isn't the word God for a lot of people. So that's what I agree with theists with God, that God exists. I just disagree with God is. Exactly. I agree with atheists that God doesn't exist. I just disagree that there is no God. Right? So like we can use God in so many different ways, in so many fancy ways. So we're using the word to mean so many different things as we're speaking to different communities. It's too confusing. Just don't use the word God. And of course, if you're teaching your tradition, okay, your tradition may be having God, but he's a singular person who is not teaching from some tradition, and people aren't coming to him to learn a particular tradition. He's giving a broad teaching that should be acceptable to anybody from any place of development that they have, not following a particular tradition of Leo. It's sort of a more open and free sort of thing, which I would think it'd be best to have a language that is more welcoming to more people. My perspective, I think.
Perfect word. The problem is just it's corrupted. But it's always going to be corrupted. Any word you use for God will end up corrupted, so you can't avoid that problem. It's just nature of the beast. Because you can't translate the absolute into any words. Notice, you might wonder, Leo, how do I know if a truth is conceptual, if a truth is relative, or if a truth is absolute? Well, an easy way to know if a truth is relative is that notice that all relative truths are conceptual. That means, is your truth at the level of language, or logic, or thought, or mind, or concepts? Mm-hmm. Then it's a relative truth.
Simple.
Absolute truth is at the level of being. So a great analogy that I like to use here is the Lego analogy.
Before we get into the Lego analogy, I like this, that we have the conceptual types of truths, we've got the being types of truths. Of course, we recently listened to a bit of John Vervaeke, and he likes to divide 4 categories of truth. So he's got the category of I don't remember the categories. He's got 4 categories of truth. All right, I'm going to figure this out. He's got 4 categories of truth. The first one is based on propositions. So propositional truth. You have propositional truth, one of the fourth, the propositional truth, and that is founded on truths that are procedural truth, which is founded on perspectival truth, which is founded on participatory truth. Okay, we got four truths here, four categories of truth. And Leo just was talking about the truths that are you can think of. Essentially, these are propositional truths. They are propositions. They're ideas. They're thoughts. You can write them down. Propositions. These are certain types of truths, propositional truths. And Leo's referring to a truth of being, which is a participatory truth. How you participate with reality, and you are that relationship between whatever you think you are and whatever reality is. You are that relationship. You're that participation. You are that being, right? And when you get the being, you can just be something. You can be in the participatory truth. You can be, and then from that, you can add a perspective. Now you have a perspectival truth, and you can see what is important for you, what is salient. And that's kind of how John Vervaeke puts it. And from that perspective, once you see all these different perspectives, then you can build procedures or skills that you can work out. And after you work out those skills and develop those skills and find those sort of truths from the skill point, you can have a truth of being from the participation. You have the truth of a particular perspective. So perspectives are truth, perspectival truths. You have these truths or procedural truths, or the skills that you build up from all the things that you have determined are important. And then you get the results of all that, which is some sort of propositions, which are true propositions. And these are just four different layers, four different categories of truth. And unfortunately, a lot of people have, in these days, hyper-focused on only the propositional truths. And they have completely forgotten the procedural truths, so to learn about skills. They've completely forgotten the perspectival truths, to understand that they are in a particular perspective, or you can focus on different perspectives from your own perspective, and other people have perspectives, and those can all change. And then they're completely missing these absolute truth, as Leo's calling it here, the participatory truth, or the truth of just being and participating with reality, or the thing that you think you are, the thing that you think reality is, participating to create itself and to create something. We've forgotten all these things. So it's cool to parse out these different layers of truth.
The Lego analogy is, look, we have Lego blocks. We can build any shape we want with them. We can build a pirate ship. We can build a castle, whatever. Let's assume we're going to build one of those medieval castles. So in this analogy, the Lego blocks themselves are the absolute truth.
Mm-hmm.
And the shape that the blocks create, that's the relative truth. So the castle is relative. The Legos themselves are not. They're absolute. Do you see the difference? Can you see that the shape of the Lego castle is a second order effect of the blocks?
Yep.
There's a hierarchical dependency in that the Legos can exist without the castle, but the castle can't exist without the Legos. Likewise, for example, you can have existence with no proof, but you can't have proof without existence. See? Because truth is prior to proof. Likewise, you can exist without other people, but other people can't exist without you, because all other people exist within you. So you are the Lego block, and the other people in your life are the castle that is built with those blocks. This is why you can't use them to validate truth for you, because you are prior to other people.
Mm-hmm.
You exist prior to all humans.
You.
Including your own human self.
Now we're getting to what you is.
Therefore, you cannot use a human to validate that which is prior to humans. I mean, this is very basic, common sense stuff. It's just that people don't like to think about it very much.
Well, it's not common sense if that's the case, is it, Leo?
So the absolute, just to be clear, the absolute is the actual building blocks of which everything is composed. In other words, if we want to use a term from philosophy of science, the absolute is qualia.
Qualia.
Colors, sounds, feelings, emotions, tastes, smells, thoughts. The
Qualia, but I thought we were going before, prior to experience also. Well, okay, we'll try to stick with that then. Qualia, which is not prior to experience, it is experience. Okay, well, that's the absolute truth, but not before that.
these sort of sense perceptions, we might say, this is the substratum of which reality is composed,
Okay,
and everything else is secondary.
okay, we can go on with that.
Reality is not composed of atoms. Atoms are composed of colors and thoughts and feelings and sensations. Science has that relationship inside out, and that's why it's so confused. And that's why it's stuck with the hard problem of consciousness. Here's another helpful analogy to distinguish between relative and absolute truth. If you think of the Sherlock Holmesian universe, the fictional universe of Sherlock Holmes in, Victorian England or wherever and
Okay.
whenever, his universe takes place, there are truths within the fictional universe of Sherlock Holmes, facts that we could cite. I haven't actually read the Sherlock Holmes books, but if you read the books, you can make factual claims. Like, for example, Sherlock Holmes lives in a house on such and such a street.
He doesn't know
with
which
such
street.
and such a house number. Is that true or is that false?
Does he not know which street
It's one or the other.
and house number?
Or you could say Sherlock
lives in?
Holmes is either married or unmarried. One of them is true, one of them is false.
Okay, he's just
He has
giving
children or he
examples.
doesn't. True or false? His parents are still alive or they're dead. True or false?
Just giving
He has
examples.
a detective partner named Watson. True or false?
Is he a detective?
And so on. We can generate a list of factual statements about the Sherlock Holmes's, fictional universe.
Okay.
Do the cars drive on the right or on the left in the Sherlock Holmesian universe? Supposedly that's like a fact. I don't know. It depends on how the author set that up.
I don't know. I've never read the books. I'm not sure. I know Watson, but I don't know 221B Baker. It's also trivial from an idealist perspective. His target audience seems to be physicalists, those materialists out there. But it does work to convince those. Does it work to convince those whom it is not common sense already? And that's my question. I'm not sure. Well, if we take a quick look into the comments. Just seems like a lot of people are liking it. Well, I guess it'd be hard for me to determine if somebody came from a physicalist perspective and then changed their mind. But I don't know, man. It seems like his stated audience seems to be materialist, but the way that he's speaking about it doesn't seem to be the most effective way for actually engaging with materialists where they may be at the current moment. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure of the effectiveness of this. I can't say.
Those would all be relative truths. What are they relative to? They're relative to how the author chose to write the story. See, the author could have written the story otherwise. Author could have given Sherlock Holmes a different street address, different house number, a wife or children, or his parents could have died, or they could still be alive, or any number of things. Cars can drive on whatever side of the road of the city that the author wants. Because it's a fictional universe. It's a dream. It's imaginary. But we can still make factual statements about how the author chose to write that particular story.
Yep.
And that is what science is doing in our dream world here that we call life. So when science is making its objective factual statements, it's doing exactly the same thing as we would do with the fictional universe of Sherlock Holmes. So there's no surprise that it works. Yes, it works in a relative sense. It's true in a relative sense. It's true that Sherlock Holmes has a partner named Watson. Does that make Watson real?
And he has
Does
no
that make
kids.
Sherlock Holmes any more real?
He lives on 221
No,
acre.
they're still fictional characters.
They drive on the left side.
The relative truth doesn't care about the actual reality of what it's talking about because all it is just a comparison. Likewise with what science is doing here. Like, does science ask the question whether atoms are real or not? No, science doesn't care whether atoms are real or not. All it cares about is just measuring what's there and manipulating it. Does science care if the moon is real or not? No. Landing a man on the moon has nothing to do with the reality of the moon. You can land a man on an imaginary moon as long as the man is imaginary too. That's the mindfuck of all this. So even though that whole Sherlock Holmesian universe is a fiction, it is imaginary, it is a dream, and it is all relative, and it could have been imagined otherwise, the way it's being imagined itself is absolutely true.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get that?
Yes.
The substance, we might say the actual physical book on which the Sherlock Holmesian story is written, that would be analogous to absolute truth in this metaphor. See? The actual substrate of the book is existence. The book exists. It's consciousness. It exists in your consciousness. And that is absolutely true. So you see, contrary to what many people think about the absolute and the relative, people fall into one side or the other, is that we have people who become dogmatic absolutists, like religious fanatics. That becomes a huge toxic problem. They give absolutism a bad name. And then we have people who become the opposite of that. The polar opposite is like total relativists, and they believe everything is just open to interpretation. Everything is just purely subjective. There is no absolute truth. The truth is just whatever we want it to be. And then they create all sorts of disasters as well. This becomes a problematic worldview as well.
Yeah, we don't want to be stuck in this sort of, this relativism and then also into the other worldview where you have one perspective and you think that's definitely correct. You got to be flexible. You got to develop in all these different ways. How would I describe God or absolute without being mistaken for the bearded man in the sky or hallucination or something? What word would avoid these confusions? Well, don't use the word God. Probably don't even use the word absolute. So step one, don't use the word God. Then you won't confuse anybody with the bearded man in the sky because you don't have to evoke any sort of consciousness or anything for that. Truth or absolute. To say absolute truth, you might start getting to hallucinations. I don't think you need to do that. So you just say that there's something the case. Something is the case. And I think to say it's trivial, so I described it as something that's trivially true. I don't even like the word true personally, but to describe it to somebody else, to say it's trivially true that something is happening, I think that would be fair enough to describe this sort of absolute truth as Leo is referring to and talking about here. And we can just say that there's something happening. Don't know what something is. I don't want to restrain something to what you think something is. I don't want to even restrain happening to what you think happening is. But something is happening. You can be very open with that. And somebody would be like, that's obviously, duh, something's happening. I don't know if I'm really here existing. I don't know if there's really this or that. I don't know if really, but something's happening. And that's true. Okay, yeah, something's happening. And if you look at your hand, something's happening. You may be not looking at a hand if you think that hands must be some sort of physical, real thing in real reality that everyone can verify and validate. Maybe you think that's the case, but maybe you don't think that's the case. You can doubt that, you can question that. But something's happening. Certainly something's happening. Okay, something's happening. And I mean, I don't know if you can get very much pushback from something is happening. You might be able to say that what you think is happening isn't happening, Obviously, that can be very true. Maybe you could say that what you think is happening now is a memory, so it isn't even actually happening. Okay, well, that memory that is happening some other place or some other time, that's something that's happening. You can't really get away from something is happening, and I think that'd be fine enough to establish that there is some absolute truth, and then we can go into all the things that you were saying before. For something to be happening, has to happen. That's one way to describe it. You said earlier that reality has to actualize itself, or reality has to be here to realize itself. If you just say something has to happen for something to happen, well, obviously the case, yes, something has to be happening for something to be happening. And whether or not we understand what any of those words mean, whether they reference anything necessarily, doesn't really matter. Something's happening. And that's the absolute truth. I think you can get away from a lot of confusion that way. Now, that still doesn't pull us along the line of, and Leo hasn't done it either, to give us a reason why we would care to understand that something is happening, or a reason to care that there is some absolute truth that we can access. I'm not sure why that's important for Leo, and why anybody else would want to know or understand or realize or anything like that. So I'm not sure where that comes from.
The truth is somewhere actually in between. It's kind of intertwined. It's that the absolute and the relative, these are not polar opposites, but rather these are deeply intertwined, like a double-stranded DNA helix, aspects of one unified whole reality. Relativity is not a contradiction of the absolute, and the absolute truth's existence is not a contradiction of relativity. It's actually the two perfectly, seamlessly, cohesively add up together like the yin-yang symbol.
Mm-hmm.
So technically, absolute truth cannot be spoken, but it can be spoken about, which is what all spiritual teachings are, whether it's the Bible or Buddhism or what I teach. It's speech about the absolute. And this speech, you have to be very careful because it comes with inherent limitations. All speech has these inherent limitations. Spiritual speech is not immune to these limitations, and they must always be kept in mind. So, spiritual speech is not the absolute itself, but it can point to the absolute, as hopefully this speech is doing. But also at the same time, of course, speech itself is not separate from the absolute. And the absolute is not separate from the relative. If you think the relative is here and the absolute is somewhere out there, you got it wrong. The relative and the absolute are exactly standing in the same place, overlapping each other, which is why they're so difficult to distinguish.
Wow. I have to grab something to eat. I'm a little hungry, but it's going to take me about half a second. I got myself a teeny weeny little banana. Little nanner here. Look at this. Look at this tiny little nanner. Wow, it's so cute. Look at that little nanner. Oh, it's a nanner. I dropped it. I spilled some stuff. I spilled a little bit of water, so I've got to wipe it up. That'll be another 5 seconds. Got the quilted quicker, bigger upper. There we go. Can report that the Nana is safe. Not for long. Back to the show.
And to see one or the other, because usually you're only seeing one or the other, but not both at the same time, because they're so overlapping. They're so close to each other. There's no distance between them. You have to be very clear about which you're speaking about, the absolute or the relative. This leads to a set of traps, which I call conflating of the relative and the absolute, and vice versa.
Okay, we're getting to some now. Hopefully, we get to something that's interesting and useful and helpful for us, because it is bad in general to just conflate all these different views of truth. And I think it is important to become more precise in our understanding of different ways of viewing the world. And we probably want to default towards the precision, as we're naturally in our natural form of viewing the world, and whatever natural way of engaging in the world. Probably higher precision is probably better. Maybe, I'm not sure. But I like to encourage that, and maybe we can exercise and understand that. And here we can see, hopefully, some of the problems of not being precise. When we conflate or equivocate and other fancy words, the notion of truth with absolute truth and relative truth. Sometimes we flip between them too much. Let's see what the issues that may come about.
And this is common. You see this made a lot of times by newbies who get into this work, and even by advanced teachers who have already reached the absolute. Then they make a conflation in the opposite direction. So I want to give you some examples of this conflation, because I see it happening all the time on my forum, in the comment sections, and hey, I'm guilty of committing it myself. I'll give you some examples of that too. So what happens with this conflation is that you become conscious either of the relativity of nature or the absoluteness of nature, and then you get stuck on that one way of looking at the world or at nature, and then you try to carry over the lessons from the absolute into the relative, and from the relative into the absolute, and it becomes a mess because you're not carefully distinguishing the two.
Is he watching our stream right now? What's going on? He's using the language I like to use too. Whoa. Yeah, man, this is so good. Okay, I like this.
So here are some examples of relative speech about the absolute. That easily gets misunderstood and taken as the absolute. So for example, we are all one. Is that true?
Yes.
Yeah.
But
is that absolute truth? Actually, no, it's a relative truth. Because all speech is relative truth. It's a relative truth about the absolute. It's pointing to something. How about the statement, the brain does not exist? Is that true? Yes, relatively true. Is it absolutely true? It's pointing to some absolute truth that you could access. And the sentence itself, when it's uttered, is absolute truth. But at a sort of first order level, not a second order level that you usually think of it as. Reality is a hallucination. Is that true? It's relatively true. Mm-hmm. It's relative speech about the absolute. Everything is consciousness. Again, that's a relative speech about the absolute. You are God. That's also relative speech about the absolute. The purpose of life is waking up. That's also relative speech about the absolute. Nothing is good or bad. That's also relative speech about the absolute. Mm-hmm. Life is meaningless. That's relatively true. Mm-hmm. Science is a human invention and science is relative. That's relatively true. Other people do not exist. That's relatively true. There is no one to become enlightened. That's relatively true. You have no control over reality. That's relatively true. Enlightenment happens by itself. That's relatively true. You are immortal. That's relatively true. Death is impossible. That's relatively true. But none of those statements themselves are what they are pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
Here are
they
some
pointing to
examples of
anything?
conflations that happen.
Okay, conflations. Good stuff here.
For example, nothing is good or bad, so it's okay if I steal. See, nothing is good or bad. That's sort of that's a relative statement that you get from accessing the absolute. When you access the absolute, you'll realize nothing is good or bad. Okay, but then you can bring that back into the relative domain and say, well, if nothing is good or bad, that means I guess I can steal. That's a mistake.
That's a mistake, right? We don't want to conflate different modes of being and seeing that there are different places where certain evaluations are appropriate when you're in the absolute domain or when you're in that perspective, however you want to phrase that. This sort of evaluation of good and bad, not appropriate. So there's no good and bad. There's no good, there's no bad. But it doesn't mean that you can justify now in the different domain when you're back into the relativistic domain that you can just justify all of your bad behavior. That is not an effective way of going about it. So don't fall into that. Hopefully don't fall into that trap. Not a good idea.
Now, of course, don't get me wrong, you can steal, and stealing is not wrong per se in the absolute sense, but in the relative sense, stealing is a problem. And that's where stealing occurs. Stealing doesn't occur in the absolute sense. Stealing occurs in the relative domain. And when you get punished for stealing, and when people criticize you and judge you for stealing, they're going to be doing that from the relative domain of survival. And the reason you're probably stealing is also from relative reasons, like you want food, or you want luxury, or you want money, or you want freedom, whatever. That's why you steal.
Relative, relative, relative. If we're in the relative domain, we can practice and exercise and develop the relative domain. I like to develop the relative domain. And obviously, there are so many different domains within the relative domain. It's not just the relative domain. There are different aspects of the relative domain, and you can develop each of those as you're in those. When you're in it, you develop it. And that sounds like a fantastic idea. It sounds like a great thing to do. You want to develop these things. What you don't want to do is to go into one situation where it is appropriate to use, let's say, broadly the relative mode of interacting in the world and bring in some sort of random ideas about absolute truths and the absolute domain and try to like adopt those and bring them over into the relative domain. It's not appropriate to do that. It's like playing a game of baseball and trying to play the rules of football. It doesn't make any sense. You don't need to like tackle the pitcher and get the ball because that's not the rules of the game. We're playing a different game at the moment. You can learn how to play football. That sounds like fun. But when you're playing football, you play football. And we're playing baseball. You don't tackle people. You don't steal the ball and run it to the other side of the field. That's not how you play baseball. So you want to play within the domain that you're in. You don't need to try to adopt the rules of different domains or adopt the conclusions from different domains and bring them over. It's not going to be helpful. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be more delusion. It's going to be justifying your bad behavior. Stop doing that.
So you have to be very careful about how you bring back and distort lessons from the absolute into the relative domain. Because the ego loves to do that. Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, yeah.
Because, see, you get a glimpse of the absolute, but the ego is still not fully dead. And the ego will come back and it'll co-opt that truth and use it for its own egoic purposes, for survival, to enhance its survival.
Of course, it's a common phenomena. People call it spiritual bypassing, and I'm describing it as a more abstract phenomena that happens in many different domains. And we can think about it in other mundane senses. If a person falls in love and they no longer activate their logic and their intelligence, they start doing stupid stuff because they only care about feeling this particular emotion. They're stuck in this one particular mode of being, which is seeing their potential partner or whatever in a particular way, and it overrides all other modes of interacting. And we can understand how that's a dumb thing to do. We can all see that and say, oh, that person's doing something silly. That person is misapplying how they should be interacting in the world. They're only interacting in this one way, and they're completely neglecting all the other forms of development that are available to them. We can think of other type of examples where somebody is good at logic, math, and science or whatever, and they choose, in some sense, choose to not develop their social skills, or they choose to not develop their emotional awareness. And we can look at that and we can notice, oh, this person's being really silly. They're not learning how to speak to people and engage in the world, because sometimes you have to engage in the world, and that's something that you want to develop. And of course, the opposite can happen, where you are very good at engaging and talking to people, but you neglect developing your intellect and neglect developing your intelligence in some way. Well, that's also pretty dumb. You don't want to do this. You don't want to neglect any of these forms of development. You want to be flexible to jump into each different form of development and develop them in those fields. When you're in the relative domain, be relative. When you're in the absolute domain, oh man, be absolute. It's beautiful. But you don't need to bring the absolute into the relative. And you definitely don't want to bring the relative into the absolute. That ain't gonna work. So we keep getting into this habit of using the inappropriate form of engagement in the domain that you're in. If you get into the habit of trying to bring over the absolute into the relative, get into the habit of trying to bring too much intelligence, too much thinky thoughts into your psychedelic experiences or to your religious experiences, or if you're trying to bring too much religion and mythos into your science, into your physics, if you get into the habit of doing this way too much, you'll never be able to actually sit into the absolute, because you'll be trying to bring other modes of interacting into the absolute. You've built up this habit so much. So stop it. When you're in a particular domain, work within that domain, within those rules, and develop in that way. Engage in the way that is proper to engage with that domain. Don't bring in some other random domain that is unnecessary and irrelevant. Stop it.
How about a statement like life is meaningless? That is a truth you will realize if you access the absolute. But then you can bring it back down to the relative and you can say, well, if life is meaningless, then I'm going to sit on my couch and watch television. That's what I should do, because life is meaningless. But no, that's not what life is meaningless actually means. That's a distortion. That's a conflation.
Conflation. Beautiful.
How about the statement, reality is a hallucination? That's something you'll realize if you access the absolute. But then you try to bring it back down into the relative and say, well, if reality is a hallucination, that means I can walk through walls, right? No, wrong. Because the walls of your house being unwalk-throughable is your hallucination.
Mm-hmm. Fundamental part of the hallucination.
Therefore, of course, you can't walk through them because you're hallucinating that you can't. Just like in a dream. You see, like in your dreams at night when you sleep, what keeps you from falling through the floor of your house? Because after all, the floor of your house in your dream isn't made out of anything solid. It's not made out of atoms.
Imagination.
So the question is, why don't you fall through the floor? So the answer is exactly the same reason as why you don't fall through the floor wherever you're standing or sitting right now. Mm-hmm. There's no difference because you're hallucinating the floor in both cases. Another absolute sort of truth is that there is no one to become enlightened. That's true in a sense. But then you can sort of misconstrue that in the relative domain. Like a newbie might hear that and might say, oh, well, if there's no one to become enlightened, that means it's impossible to become enlightened. And that would be false. Mm-hmm. It is possible. Another example like this is enlightenment happens all by itself. It's a spontaneous occurrence, an act of grace. You've heard certain spiritual teachers preach this.
Of course.
Some newbie who is stuck in the relative domain might hear that and misconstrue that and then conflate it and say, oh, well, that means I should stop meditating. If enlightenment happens by itself, then why meditate? Of course, that's a gross misconstrual of that teaching.
Gross.
How about the teaching that the ego has no control over your life? That's something you'll realize when you awaken to the absolute. But then you can misconstrue that, and then someone who, let's say, is struggling to lose weight in the relative domain, they might say, oh, well, you know, I can't lose weight because the ego has no control. So I just can't control myself. I just eat everything. Oh, yeah? well, then how come I can lose weight? I also don't have an ego, just like you. But for some reason, I'm able to lose weight, but you're not.
Spontaneous.
Maybe that's just an egoic excuse. Maybe you actually do have that ego and it's sneaking in with all these excuses about why you can't lose weight. See, whether you have an ego or you don't, you can lose weight, you can gain weight. The ego has really no say on whether you can gain or lose weight. Here's another common funny one that I get sometimes. Sometimes we say, we are all one, right?
We are all one.
You say that as a spiritual teacher.
Wow.
And then some snarky troll in the comments section says something like, oh, well, Leo, if we're all one,
Bank account.
why don't you send me all your money?
Give me that bank account.
Again, a conflation of the absolute and the relative. See, if we're all one, why would I need to send you all my money? If we're all equally one, why don't you send me your money? That's equally plausible. Why do you have this
Both
bias
silly.
of me sending you money? As soon as you send me some money, maybe I'll send you some money. See, what goes around comes around. Here's another one. Leo, you say that you're immortal. Okay, yeah, from the absolute perspective, you are immortal.
Mm-hmm.
But then someone might say, "Oh, Leo, so then you don't mind if I shoot you?" No, actually, I do mind if you shoot me, because I still also live in the relative domain of survival, and shooting me is about survival, and I do care about my survival. And you might say, "Well, Leo, you're a hypocrite because you're not supposed to care about your survival." But nothing about being immortal says I'm not supposed to care about my survival as a human, because the human self is relative and it's mortal and it's finite. And if you have certain relative objectives, like if you want to teach people, then you got to maintain your body. You got to eat well. You got to, shower. You got to go to the bathroom. You got to take care of your sexual needs in a healthy way. You got to earn money and so forth. So there's
Yeah.
no
there's
contradiction between this.
no contradiction. These things do not need to be a conflict. They don't need to be fighting each other. It's like saying if a person is playing baseball and the pitcher throws the ball to the opposite team, you're like, you're a hypocrite. You also play football. You're not supposed to throw the ball to the opposite team. How silly is that? Well, you didn't tackle the pitcher to steal the ball from him and run to the opposite side of the field. So you're obviously not a good football player. Well, we're playing baseball. There's no contradiction here. They don't need to be at odds. There are sometimes some situations, some domains where you're dealing with this thing and other domains where you're dealing with the other thing. And they don't need to be in conflict. They are not in conflict. Let them exist simultaneously if necessary. Let them exist in peace, please.
These things. Sometimes people say, "Oh, well, if you're enlightened, why do you charge money for teachings?" Well, I would happily not charge any money for teachings if the world didn't expect money from me for survival. See, I charge money for teachings because I got to eat. And I can't go to the grocery store and pay them with enlightenment. I got to pay them with cold hard cash. That's what people want.
It's unfortunate, man. One day, hopefully, we can pay people with other forms of development. You've developed all your social relationships. Oh, that's so cool. You can use that as payment, as opposed to using labor or money as payment. You've developed your aesthetic appreciation of beauty. Oh, that's fantastic. You can use that as payment. Ah, that sounds good to me. You can use your enlightenment as payment. How about that? You can just develop in any way, and people can understand that all forms of development are valuable, as opposed to thinking that only one particular type of form of development is valuable and storable and transferable. How silly is that? But one day you can start to use your enlightenment as payment for all the good things in life, and well, try enlightenment. You'll understand how that's pretty cool. You can already do that, but it's a different sense. And, that'll be great and that'll be fun. But until then, you got to have payments. And of course, some people need to pay for things in order for them to value it. It's another sort of weird thing. If you give things to people for free, it may be undervalued to them. A lot of people don't value the things that are given to them for free. So it is a helpful thing for a lot of people to make them pay for it, or to put it behind a barrier of a couple $100, as he does a couple of his courses. And that's a fine way of making people more accountable, or making people more stick to it. What's the word that I'm thinking about? More conscientious. They actually go through with the entire program and actually work through these things and actually apply it to their lives. People value the money, and you wouldn't work with people where they're at, obviously, because you're helping the people where they are. So you do that. Of course, that extends to other things that Leo's doing. He's not really working with people where they are in other senses, because he doesn't like to change his language a little bit to make sure that people who are not exactly at the level that he's at are understanding what he's trying to teach them. So he's not exactly keeping this principle sort of consistent. But making people pay for some things is helping people where they are, because a lot of people value money, and if they pay for something, they pay more attention to the thing that they pay for. So it's a helpful tool for teaching. So multiple reasons for charging here.
And, if I want a house to live in, I can't just go to the real estate agent and look at them with a sort of a Eckhart Tolle eyes and get a free house. They're going to want a hard, cold check, which requires money. And I can't teach unless I live in a house and I eat food, because that's what survival entails. And if you can't understand that, then you got more study to do, more contemplating to do. Here's another conflation that might happen, is that someone hears me talking about the absolute or about God, like a Christian hears me say that, or a Muslim hears me talk about Allah or something, and then they say, oh, well, that means that my religion is true. No, it doesn't mean that.
Just don't use those
There's
words.
actually a lot of bullshit within your religion.
Don't use those words.
And the
Leo.
way you're misinterpreting your religion is deeply false. Mm-hmm. And the God and the absolute that I'm talking about is further away from your religion than probably atheism is. But, you just hear the word absolute, you hear the word God, and then in your mind, to your ego, it sounds good to validate whatever your existing beliefs are. How about this one? Maybe your girlfriend asks you, did you cheat on me? And you, because you're this absolutely awakened, non-dual master, you say, well, cheating is just a social construct, baby.
Baby.
Get over it.
Get over it, baby.
See, when you do that, you're conflating the absolute with the relative. And see, the ego is extremely crafty, and it will do this. When you do reach high levels of awakening, if you ever do, watch out, because your mind is still going to be sneaky. It's still going to be around, and it's going to be using the absolute in all sorts of ways like this. You might actually go cheat on somebody and then justify it to yourself as like, well, I have too much love in my heart to just commit myself to one person. Wow. So I'm going to sleep around with everybody. And it's okay because I'm just so loving. You might do that easily, even if you're enlightened. How about another one? I say that the brain is imaginary. From the absolute perspective, that's correct. There's no brain. You're imagining it. But see, in the relative domain of survival, and that's where the word brain really comes from. Brain is a relative word. Mm-hmm. In that domain, brain. For example, if you drink dirty, heavy metal polluted water, like your tap water filled with mercury and lead and stuff, if you drink that tap water every day for years, that might destroy your brain's health. Mm-hmm. You might become depressed. You might even become suicidal and psychotic after enough of that poisonous water. And then you might say, oh, Leo, but you said there's no brain. So supposedly I should be able to drink a glass of mercury with no problem. No, that's not what it means to say there's no brain. Brain is a relative notion. And drinking a glass of mercury is also a relative notion. And if you do, you're going to encounter another relative notion called heavy metal toxicity. That's also a relative notion. And then you might discover another relative notion, which is called illness and suffering. And then you might discover the ultimate relative notion, which is called death. And then, if you're okay with that, then you'll die. But if you're not, which you probably aren't, then it's probably not a good idea to drink a a glass of mercury.
Probably not. No bueno. Don't do that.
How about this? Everything is love. And since everything is love, that means junk food is love. Leo, why demonize junk food? Junk food is good because everything is good. God created everything, including junk food. So that means I can eat all the junk food in the world, right?
Yum.
Well, you see the problem there.
Yeah, I see the problem.
Pretty obvious.
I want some junk food right now, man.
Sometimes it's said that there is no path to awakening. And then some newbie will hear that and interpret it as, well, if there's no path, that means I can awaken just by continuing my ordinary life. I don't need to meditate. I don't need to study. I don't need to practice. I don't need to self-inquire. And then, of course, he'll never awaken. How about this? In the absolute sense, you might discover one day that everything is perfect and good. And then you might take that and then you might misconstrue it in the relative domain like this, where you might say, well, if everything is perfect and good, then what's the problem with suffering? Why should we care about reducing people's suffering in the world? Well, of course, suffering is a relative problem. And reducing people's suffering is a relative concern. At the absolute level, it doesn't matter whether people suffer or not. But at the relative level, it does matter. Mostly because the suffering comes back around to you. See, you might not care about the suffering of your neighbors, but then if your neighbors suffer enough, they'll come and inflict some suffering on you and on your children, on your family. And then you'll probably care, even if you are awakened. You'll probably still care. It's not hard to make you care about the relative. Pretty easy. All you have to do is stick your nuts in a vise or stick a needle in your eye, and you'll very quickly start to care about the relative.
Don't do that, guys. Don't need to test it.
Neo-Advaitins love to say that you're already awake and that there's no need for enlightenment because you're already enlightened. Everyone's already enlightened. Yeah, that's sort of true from the absolute perspective. But see, they commit the sort of opposite mistake, is that they go so deep into the absolute that they then can't teach properly, meeting students where they're at. See, the student coming to a Neo-Advaitin for awakening advice is not coming from the absolute perspective. They're coming from the relative perspective. So the student needs relativistic teachings.
Leo, he needs to look at his own videos and take some advice from himself. Oh my goodness, Leo's saying some good stuff right here. Yeah, you want to speak where the person is coming from. You can't just give them these absolute teachings. You want to be able to mold what you're saying to fit the domain of interaction that they're at and help them make the baby steps over to where you're at. That is super based and good and cool. We like this, Leo. Man, I wish he would apply this to himself in some sense. Of course, he's doing a little bit better. He's got the clips channel. I haven't really watched a lot of the clips, but he's got a clips channel for folks who probably need shorter bits of information. That's very good. But he persists with the word God. This is the one that I think is something that he maybe needs to update and maybe evaluate a little bit better. Because if he's using the word God and it's triggering a lot of people and either making people hijack the term and validate their own religious perspective, or making the atheists run away because they don't like these scary words like God, well, maybe we should start using different words so we can help people where they are and help them actually develop in the way that you want them to develop. In the same way here that these Neo-Advaitins are doing that. Okay, all right. So we've noticed an error here with the Neo-Advaitins speaking to absolutely as opposed to helping the relative folks where they're relatively coming from. Leo should watch his own videos and take some advice.
The proper relativistic teaching to a student is enlightenment is very difficult to do. It takes years of work, sometimes decades of work. You got to meditate your ass off. You got to read books. You got to study. You got to do self-inquiry. You got to practice yoga, take psychedelics, do all this shit, and maybe you'll have a chance in hell of becoming enlightened.
Maybe.
That's really the practical advice at the relative level. At the absolute level, you're already enlightened. But that doesn't help a newbie.
Not at all.
How about this? Sometimes I say death is imaginary. At the absolute level, yes, it is. And then some newbie hears that and says, well, Leo, then why don't you just kill yourself? But what's the connection? If death is imaginary, why would I want to kill myself? How about this? You are God. You've heard me say that before.
Many
And
times.
then I might say, I have an illness or I'm sick. And then you might wonder, a newbie at the relative stage might wonder, well, how is it possible that God could be sick or could have an illness? Why don't you just magically wave a magic God wand and fix yourself, heal yourself magically, since you're God? But that's not how God works. God includes sickness. God includes cancer. God includes genetic disorders. God includes toxicity. God includes losing your hand in a wood chipper.
Oh no.
God is all those things. So it's very, very possible for you to be enlightened and deeply awakened and still have some sort of illness from genetics or from toxicity from your environment or from improper diet or from the past, the way you used your body in the past or abused it in the past through physical injury, the way you exercise or lack thereof. There's or just old age. I mean, everybody ages differently. When you realize you're God, it's not that now you get to control and manipulate everything the way you want. It's actually the opposite of that. You surrender to the way everything is. So when you realize you're God, it's not that you cure your cancer. Actually, it's that you accept your cancer and you let it kill you if it will. If there's no other solution, then
If it wills.
you let the cancer kill you. But if there is a solution, you can work to try to fix it, get chemo or something. You see, people assume that the way that God heals cancer is by waving a magic wand. No, I mean, it could be that, but it also could be God heals cancer by going to a doctor and getting it surgically removed or getting some chemo. That's also a legitimate way to heal cancer.
It's a very legitimate way to heal cancer, right? You can evict cancer very easily by going to the doctor. Okay, maybe not very easily, but you can evict cancer in very simple type of mundane seeming ways. Well, you don't want to only manifest magical pixies to cure your cancer. You can manifest a doctor to come and help you out on your journey through dealing with cancer, integrating cancer, working with cancer, to liberate cancer, to free cancer. You can do your things to let go of cancer in some way. You don't need to only do it through magic. Don't be silly.
And sometimes God can't heal cancer, and God dies from cancer. Ramana Maharshi died from cancer. He is considered to be one of the most enlightened people in the last century.
Mm-hmm.
How about this? Like, Leo, you talk about birth being imaginary. Yes, it is from the absolute perspective. And then you might wonder, well, Leo, but you also talk about your past. You talk about being a child. You talk about your past experiences that you've had. How can you reconcile those two things? You talk about your parents.
You have parents? You've got a
I thought your
history?
parents were imaginary. Yes, when I'm talking about my past or my parents, I'm speaking relativistically. I'm sort of speaking towards the consensus reality that us humans have co-imagined together. Us humans, culturally, we have a notion that we all have parents and we have a past and so forth, and we speak in this way, and it's a convenient, practical way to speak. That's why we created it, because it's practical. If I had to explain to everybody that I'm talking to about how birth is imaginary, I couldn't have a conversation with people. So I just ignore that part. Usually, if I'm speaking to my accountant about, I asked the accountant, how are your kids? And he asks me like, what were you up to last weekend? And what am I going to tell him? I'm going to say, well, last weekend didn't really happen because I'm God. I'm just imagining it. It's all just a hallucination. Am I going to tell him that? Or am I just going to say, oh yeah, last weekend, I went to a barbecue. I'll just tell him that because I'm speaking relativistically.
Yeah.
And if someone asks me like, Leo, what were you like as a child? I can still answer that. It's going to be relative to how I imagine myself I was as a child. I'm imagining myself as a child. And then I'm reporting it to you. And that's what my childhood is. That's what yours is too. But I mean, you can be conscious of it or not. Up to you. So You see, there's all sorts of these kinds of conflations that can happen. These conflations can happen in both directions. Most of these conflations, I would say, would actually happen when a newbie at the relativistic stage first starts to learn about the absolute, but hasn't accessed it himself yet. A lot of conflation happens, a lot of gross distortions and ignorance. But it can also happen the other way, where a teacher becomes so awake, so enlightened, that then they too easily dismiss the relativistic perspective, the survival perspective, or they sort of talk down and don't meet the student where he's at.
Yes, this is a very bad thing. And of course, we like to talk about these different forms of development. We can imagine a person who is very well enlightened or developed in the spiritual sense, and they're speaking with the absolute truth at all times. Well, that sounds like a good time. That sounds like a fun idea. I like this idea of developing that. But if this person is doing this and they also simultaneously start to neglect all other forms of development, well, that is just as problematic as the person who is in love and doesn't take care of themselves or doesn't actually develop their other social relationships in favor for the one that they're in love with. The person who doesn't learn how to cross-train in differing disciplines when they're working out and they're playing basketball, but they never take the time to learn about any flexibility, or they're doing football or something. They don't do yoga because they don't think it's important for flexibility. But all these things are important. There are other forms of development, and they don't need to fight each other. They don't need to contradict. And at any point when there's a stickiness, when you think that you've developed science so much and you've developed in your intellectual development so heavily that you start to neglect and look down upon people who have developed comedy, their comedic timing and their way of interacting in the world that's comedic, or you look down on people who have developed their way of interacting socially and effectively building relationships in the world. If we start to look down on other people who have developed other things, that's when we can notice that we have a problem. That's when we have problems. We don't want to look down on other forms of development. We don't want to neglect other forms of development. This does not mean that you need to develop everything equally. You don't need to do that. If you like one thing, you can develop that thing as much as you like it, and you can mostly develop that thing. But if you just have the awareness of understanding that you can also learn how to be flexible. You can play football, but you can also learn how to be flexible. And that may be helpful, maybe not, doesn't really matter. It's just a whole different form of development. Well, that's kind of cool. It's open for you. You can start doing yoga maybe once a year, maybe twice a year. It's just something that is not necessarily that you're blocked against. Oh, you've learned science. Maybe you can learn how to do improv comedy too. Why? Why not? It's a whole different field of development. It doesn't mean that you need to stop everything you're doing in your scientific development to go for improv every single weekend or every single day or however people do improv. That doesn't matter. You don't need to do it like that. You just need to know that this is a field of development that is available and open for you. And you haven't blocked it off. You haven't neglected it. You haven't said that it's worthless. You haven't done this sort of thing. And of course, we have the person who is the enlightened person, who is the spiritual guru, who has maximally developed their spiritual whatever axis of development. And we don't want to have this person look down on building relationships, or look down on having emotional awareness, or look down on being physically fit, or look down on all these other things that are important alternative developments that anybody can choose to develop. Everything is an open option for you. They're all available, and they're all, well, you can develop them all. You don't need to neglect, and you don't need to avoid any of them. They're all available options. So be aware of that.
For example, I caught myself doing this recently with a model, like somebody on the forum shared Ken Wilber's 4 quadrants model, and my initial gut reaction reply to it was something like oh, it's just a dualistic model, sort of actually a quadratic, not dualistic, but more of a quadratic model. I sort of poked fun at it, but then I realized to myself, I'm being too flippant and too conflating from the top sort of down, because what I notice is that, I still use models.
Of course.
I talk about spiral dynamics. I talk about the Susan Kagruiter model. There's lots of models I talk about. So it's not per se that all models are evil or bad. It's just that like you have to be fair. If you're going to criticize a model for being a model, then you got to criticize all your own models too. So it's not fair for me to criticize Ken Wilber's model, 4-quadrant model, for being a model when I'm also using models.
Yep.
So
and you can learn how to develop the 4-quadrant model, the AQAL, whatever. You can learn how to figure out and develop that and see more precisely in that worldview and view the world in that way and see yourself in that way and learn how you can develop and learn how other people can develop. You can do that. You can do it very well and develop that stuff. That doesn't mean that it's the best development. It doesn't mean that it's the only way to view the world. It's just a potential way to view the world. You don't need to do it, but you don't want to neglect it. You don't want to push it away. You don't want to be so flippant as he was in that case about it. It's an option for anybody to develop, and it may be helpful for some people too, which is kind of cool too.
you have to be very kind of even-handed in how you do criticisms and dismissals of stuff, because you can very easily dismiss a lot of stuff from the absolute perspective. And I think that's sort of one of the phases you'll go through is as you reach the absolute, and then you're communicating with sort of normies. The normies might say something like, oh, yesterday my girlfriend broke up with me and now I'm suffering. And you'll just sort of brush it off and say, oh, that suffering is just it's just a dream. Or, your friend loses a bunch of money and you say, oh, money's just imaginary. Just like, who cares?
So it's like I am interacting. Your friend comes to you and say, I am interacting in an emotional way with the world. And they want you to also engage in this emotional way with the world so you can both develop deeper in this emotional awareness of each other for whatever situation is going on. But when they offer that ability or that connection between you all to engage emotionally with the world, you may just say something ridiculous like money's imaginary, your girlfriends aren't real anyway, which is so silly. It's just coming at it the wrong way. You can't do this. You can do it, but it's not socially acceptable. So it's missing the development of the emotional awareness. There's also missing the sort of social development between multiple people. You want to engage with people how they're engaging. It's a sort of normal type of social engagement kind of way of engaging in the world. If you want to engage with people socially, you need to engage however they're engaging, so you both can develop and engage together. That there's no other way to really communicate or meet somebody if you're engaging in completely foreign, different ways.
And then and then something happens in the political system and you say, oh, well, politics is all just bullshit and imagination and it's all just devilry. And it's not true. It's all relative. But you see, very quickly you'll realize that this sort of cavalier attitude isn't very healthy, and it's not the most mature form of realization.
It's not the most mature form. Oh my goodness, I love the words that my friend Leo, I love the words that he's using, because I love to say mature and development. And I love it. I love it. It is not the most mature way of engaging with the situation. It isn't. There are some situations where you have the appropriate way of doing things, and some things are just inappropriate. And you gotta be more mature here. Leo, love it. I'm loving this so much.
Because the reality is that the relative domain is pretty damn important for most people, because most people are never going to reach your level of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And even you yourself might struggle to reach your own highest peaks of consciousness, which you're sort of taking your highest lessons from. So what you have to be very careful with here is be careful using absolute truth to justify any kind of survival activities.
Yes. Don't use absolute truth to justify your nonsensical bad behavior, generally bad behavior, or survival activities. And of course, again, if you get into the habit of using the wrong mode of engagement to deal with an inappropriate situation, if you get into the habit of doing that, it's going to keep happening, and it's going to make it much more difficult for you to really fully develop this absolute sense and this sort of spiritual sense that you want to develop. If we pay a lot of attention, we'll start to notice that the people who are the most developed are not only developed in one narrow sense. They're usually more developed in a broader, much more broader sense. Like we like to get into, sometimes we like maybe try to make fun of people who are very intelligent and maybe claim that they aren't also pretty, or maybe claim that they also aren't fit physically, or maybe claim that they aren't also emotionally aware or socially adept and all these kind of things. But honestly, most people who are actually very well developed in any of these fields are probably developed in most of these fields. The smartest person in school is probably going to be also an athlete, probably also going to have good relationships, and so on and so forth. It's better generally to develop in multiple fields. In terms of cross-training is a sort of a basic way of thinking about it. We can understand that if you play piano and you learn how to play the violin, the violin isn't going to help you with the piano in any way directly, but somehow that cross-training has some sort of weird interaction that makes the piano playing much better too. So they kind of work towards each other. And then once you do that and you start to also develop your relationships, and you start to also develop your emotional awareness, and you start to also develop your spirituality, and so on and so forth, they all have this sort of weird interaction and make everything much better. And if you're boneheaded and try to only develop one thing at a time to the neglect and detriment of all the other forms of development, you're going to stagnate yourself, and that's going to be an issue. It's going to stop you from doing the thing that you even want to do. So be aware of this. Be very, very aware of it.
Or desires or needs of your own, because the ego will want to do that. The ego will want to apply absolute truth selectively for its own purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Ego loves to play loose with the truth. Ego will will weaponize both relativity and the absolute
Mm-hmm.
in order to fulfill its agenda and manipulate reality in whatever way it can. This is what lawyers do. This is what criminals love to do. They're experts at doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Religious people do this. Political commentators do this. It's a very, very sticky trap. And that's what's key to understand, is that the ego can exploit both absolutism and relativism towards its own devilish purposes.
Mm-hmm.
It's also important to understand that relative truth, even though it's not absolutely true by definition, it's still crucial to survival, because all of survival happens in the relative domain, pretty much. And survival is pretty much what 99% of your life is preoccupied with, and pretty much all that you care about. In a sense, to most ordinary people, relative truth may as well be absolute truth from their point of view, because they know nothing else. That's the tragedy of their predicament, is that relative truth is completely untrue, but they treat it as though it's the only thing there is, and therefore it does, in a sort of sense, become a sort of pseudo-absolute from their point of view again. Which is why it's so powerful to then break free, because when you break free, it is like flipping your entire reality upside down, and it creates a lot of new possibilities in your life.
And it's more of cross-training again, so we can get this sort of idea where people are in the relativistic domain. They're only developing relativistically, or relatively. They're only developing in the relative domain, and you kind of burn out there. You kind of don't get any rest. You start to develop in the absolute domain. You're like, oh my gosh, the relative domain is so cool and so easy, and it starts to develop with you, just like playing piano and playing violin. And you can be very good at both. Or maybe you can start developing in the spiritual absolute domain first, and at some point you get to some blockages and you start to develop in the relative domain again, and then it's like, whoa, cross-training. And they both have this weird interaction that everything gets developed. Don't be a bonehead and only stick to one form of development. Everything. Develop all of it. They're all options for you to develop, at least. Don't neglect.
See, murder, for example, is a relative problem. But it would be a big problem for you if you got murdered, because all you basically know and care about is the relative domain. So even though murder is not a problem in the absolute sense, in a relative sense, it's a very big problem. It's the biggest problem you can have in the relative domain, pretty much. So be careful dismissing the relative too quickly. As long as you want to stay alive for longer than a day, you have to be concerned about the relative domain, no matter how enlightened you are, how awake you are, how God realized you are. If you want to stay in the human form, that's a relative form. It's finite, and it requires certain survival activities of you. You got to feed the body, water the body,
of the spiritual video it is.
Clean the body, take care of the body, and so
out
on.
Of their cars or stop walking
make sure
and just go
it
out
continues
in
to
the
function.
sun and cool out. It criticizes gangsters, telling them the guns don't make them look tough and that they ain't got bays. Although Keja West is okay with tea, it says winners don't take hard drugs. Fakery also thinks himself as pilgrim sent from the east, bringing a message to the west.
I think we're going to remove TTS. I don't think we need TTS. I don't think it's ever helped anybody. I don't think anybody's ever gotten anything from it. We're going to just stop it. TTS, I think it's getting the axe right now. We don't need it. We don't want it. We've got a focus of the stream. We've got something that we're doing right now. And we're being distracted by random messages in the chat. So I think it's got to stop. So we're going to be removing TTS.
The ultimate problem with absolute truth is that it's simply too big for it to be useful. Precisely because it's everything, is sort of like too much to be able to manipulate or to handle. For the purposes of survival, we can't use all of reality as one. We need to break reality down into pieces to construct little minor relative truths that we can use those to manipulate reality how we want. And this is ultimately why most people don't really focus on absolute truth and they never find it, is because
it still works.
How's it going to help me? Because my whole life is concerned about this little local corner of the universe that I live in, my little local truths. That's all I care about. That's all I need to know in order to survive in my little small way. But what if the small, narrow way in which you've been living life becomes unsatisfying to you? What if you want to live a bigger life? Well, in that case, you got to expand your
What'd you do?
perspective more towards the absolute. See, from the absolute point of view, you can become enlightened right now, for example. But from the relative point of view, you need to do lots of practice. From the absolute point of view, Maslow's hierarchy of needs doesn't matter at all. Sex doesn't really matter. Money doesn't really matter. Self-esteem doesn't really matter. Creativity doesn't really matter. Business success doesn't matter. Your social status doesn't matter. None of that matters from the absolute point of view. Mm-hmm. But from the relative point of view that most of you are at, that stuff matters a lot, and it's holding you back from awakening. And in practice, for most humans to awaken, they need to move very high up Maslow's hierarchy of needs. See my episode called Using Maslow's Hierarchy of Needs to Self-Actualize. It's an oldie but a goodie, where I talk about that. That's one of the most practical and effective relative ways of awakening, is just satisfy those basic needs that you have. Fill the holes in your pyramid, which looks like a piece of Swiss cheese. Fulfill your sexual needs, get your financial needs met, get your self-esteem in order, get your social life in order. Once you got all those things in order, then awakening will become much easier because you're not going to be desperate and needy for all those other lower things. You will have experienced them. You will have noticed the dissatisfaction with all those things, the insufficiency of all of them, and then you will be ready to move on and transcend. But if you're struggling your whole life for sex and money and food, what transcendence can there really be? Now, this is not an absolute rule. You can always awaken even if you are poor and sexually starved and hungry you can still awaken, and there are plenty of yogis and so forth and ascetics in India who do so every year, but that's not a path that most normies will be able to follow and succeed in.
Yep, and just to highlight this, underline it a little bit, put it in bold. When he's saying normies, he's saying you. You are the normie here, who is not the typical person who can just be poor and worthless, useless individual for whatever society that you're in and awaken. He's talking about you, buddy.
And lastly, let me conclude with why the absolute is important. You might be wondering, like, Leo, why spend so much time talking about it? What's it going to do for me?
Oh, we get some
Well,
practical.
that's already the wrong frame, but I know where you're coming from. So
He's being so generous. Okay, beautiful. I love it. Why is he being so nice? Always near the end of his videos. He's being so much nicer at the end of the videos than he was at the beginning. Okay, a person, he's telling us about the absolute truth, and let's imagine we're people who don't understand what the heck he's going on about. We don't understand why he's talking about this stuff, and we kind of have this pernicious idea of always wanting to get some benefit, something good, something practical, something useful out of it. So what the heck? Why motivate us to learn about this absolute truth? Like, this is sort of strange because he's giving the motivation in the last 10 minutes of the video. It's a 2 hour and 30-minute video. We've been watching this video for the last 5 hours. He's giving us, in the last 10 minutes, the reason why anybody would want to do this. Obviously, it's not going to be the actual reason because when you're doing it, it's not in that field. But for normal people, they're going to probably want some motivation before they start doing it. They need some like reasons for learning about this stuff before they start learning about the stuff so they can actually start doing it. And he's giving it to us so late in the video. A very strange order of operations here. But I'm extremely excited to hear about it. So what is the practical benefit for me as a finite human being? Tell me what I can get from this teaching, Leo.
here's some of the stuff it'll kind of do for you. First of all, it will be the most important experience of your life. There cannot be a more important life experience than coming in contact with absolute truth, because it's the highest. It's absolutely true. Secondly, it recontextualizes your whole life. See my episode, Understanding Recontextualization. It radically recontextualizes your whole life and many areas of life, including relationships, business, money, your own self-image, how you relate to yourself, your own shadow, your health, your career, children, love. Like, it's going to recontextualize so much stuff. Science, what you think science is, society and culture, all this will be radically recontextualized. And it'll have significant practical consequences. It won't just be theory. There will be practical consequences.
Practical.
It eliminates fear, hatred, and suffering.
Wow.
Coming into contact with the absolute defangs relative problems by putting them into proper perspective. And virtually all of human problems are simply a lack of perspective. It also cuts through human bullshit. There's so much human bullshit in our culture, and it's very difficult to break free of it until you access and ground yourself in something that's outside of human invention, which is the absolute. It's really good for that. You don't even understand how much this human bullshit bogs you down until you've escaped it, at least for a little while, and basked in the pureness and honesty of the absolute.
Bask in it. I love it.
Also, the absolute is the only ultimate source of true happiness. True happiness is the result of spiritual connection to the absolute. So the more connected you are to the absolute, the happier you're going to be. And the less connected you are, the more miserable and depressed you're going to be, no matter what other external material conditions you set up for yourself in life, whether sexually, financially, recreationally, or whatever. So if you feel like you're succeeding a lot in life materially, and you have a big house and a big nice family, and you got plenty of sex, and you got good fast cars, and you got good food, and you travel all over the world, and you're doing great in business, and then you feel like still something is missing in your life, and it feels like no matter how hard you work, you're just spinning your wheels, and being happier seems to get harder and harder, not easier and easier. Well, now it's time for you to turn your eyes towards the absolute. That's what you're missing. Also, the absolute just happens to be the answer to all of life's questions. At least all the most important ones. Do you really want to understand what life is and why it is and how it is? Then you need the absolute for that. It also answers a majority of the profound scientific questions. You really want to do quality science? You really want to understand what science is? You need access to the absolute for that. It's also just profoundly beautiful. There's nothing more beautiful than the absolute. So if you're a person who appreciates beauty within art, within music, within film, within games, within life, within nature, within people, all that beauty, where do you think it came from? It's the absolute, manifesting as those things. Life really only starts to make sense after discovering the absolute. And that's perhaps one of the most fulfilling things that the absolute will give you, is it gives you a sort of a calm, because you're no longer like this pinball bouncing around in the pinball machine of life, being pushed hither and thither by others, reacting to others, being confused by what's going on and what's happening to you and whether this is right or that is wrong. And you're just bouncing around constantly. This is how most people's lives are like. Discovering the absolute it grounds you, it mellows you out, it helps you become non-reactive. It gives you a nice, very healthy foundation upon which then you can build a healthy life. And there's more benefits, but we'll keep it short.
Keep it short.
That should be enough to entice you. All right, that's it. I hope now you understand the difference. I hope now between relative and absolute. I hope now that you're not going to make these conflations, both as a newbie and also as an advanced practitioner.
I hope. Please, let's not make any weird conflations. Let's understand that more precise views of the world and more precise conceptual definitions are probably better ways to view the world. It's a more developed way to see the world when you're in the relativistic sort of sense. Very, very good. And you can also see that there are so many other forms of development. You don't want to neglect them. You don't want to cut them off for some arbitrary reason. They are available for you to develop. Doesn't mean you have to develop them immediately. Doesn't mean you need to develop them as much as everything else. They're just available for you. We can just stop neglecting things and stop dismissing stuff and actually engage with the world in the way that we need to be engaging with the world.
Once you get there, and I hope your mind is now open.
I hope so
to the possibility of the absolute.
Oh, yeah.
And then the next step after that is actually doing it, actualizing it. All right, that's it. I'm done here. Please click that like button for me. Don't forget. And come check out actualize.org. That's my website. On my website, you will find resources that will help you with this whole process. It'll make things clear. You could find my book review list. Over 200 of some of the best books that I've read. Wow. Unique books that you won't find elsewhere on the internet. Wow. And these books are really required reading material if you're going to get serious into this work. Even though my work is deep and broad, it's not enough just to listen to my content. You also have to read the books. And that will give you at least at the beginning a sense of validation. Okay. Because see, in practice as a newbie, you need some validation of these ideas. You can't just hear them from me. You should hear them from other masters and teachers who will sort of triangulate with what I'm saying and then corroborate it. And then this gives you more confidence in it until you can go out and actually practice it and actualize some of the stuff. And then when you do, then you won't need the books. You won't need the validation of me or anybody else. You'll be on your own. But before you get on your own, you need a little bit of training wheels, and that's what the book list offers you. You can also find the Life Purpose course, over 25 hours of fresh, exclusive content that's different from the free content that I release, specifically about motivating yourself for the rest of your life, finding your life purpose and passion. Very powerful course. I get a lot of very good testimonials almost on a weekly basis from people who've
Wow.
finished that course.
Wow.
You can also find other resources like my blog where I'm posting.
Why is this such a long outro? We got 5 more minutes left in the video. And we got graphics and stuff, so his editor is doing a little bit of something going on here, which is cool. Maybe he's maybe upgraded a bit, but man, can we just like, he's got to get like a very quick 1 minute spiel maybe for the end. That might be very helpful. Hey guys, you gotta fulfill these needs, right? All right, and people need to pay money because they value things. Have we been keeping up with the video so far? People are on the relativistic level right now. So they need to exercise and develop their relativistic scale and then make baby steps into this sort of actual, fully absolute scale. We can't just give people the absolute teachings. If they could do that, they'd be walking outside and they'd be instantly enlightened. They wouldn't need to go anywhere. They'd be instantly enlightened because they have the teachings right in front of them all the time. Well, you need to work with people where they're at. So tell them to pay money because they value money. And they will pay more attention to the things that they can pay for. It's very, very simple. And he's going to have to translate things to relativistic concepts so that people can grasp it with their minds, because they think that their minds is all that's important. They think that everything that they can think of is all that is there. There's so much more, obviously. Yes, we all know the absolute. But if we're talking to people who need to develop their spirituality or this absolute scale or whatever, they need to develop from where they're at. So yes, pay money. Yes, listen to language. Yes, learn these relativistic concepts. Yes, read a book. Yes, you are somewhere. You're trying to get somewhere else. You need to make the journey there. Of course.
New stuff and sharing links and videos. You can come to the forum and ask questions where I answer questions. Other smart people on the forum answer questions. Come get help there if you have someplace that you're stuck with your journey at. What else? You can support me if you'd like at patreon.com/actualized. I appreciate any donations that you offer to me. Helps me stay financially independent so that I'm not corrupted by advertisers. And you can check out my second channel called Actualized Clips for shorter snippets of my main videos that are done by a good editor of mine. So that is that. Make sure you make use of those resources, and more resources will come in the future. I plan to release new courses and other things that I'm working on. It's just taken me longer than anticipated because of certain health issues I've been struggling with recently and working on. And the last thing I want to say is this, is that what actualized.org really is, from a high level, is it is religion. If religion was modernized with the 21st century, brought up to speed with the 21st century, and if it was free of most corruption.
I love that he says this so many times. He says like lots of things where it's just like he says something, he lingers on a pause, and then he'll clarify a little bit. It is religion. What? If religion were modified and modernized. Okay, sure, all right, okay, I'm on board, I guess.
Then you would have actualized.org. And if it was sort of taught at a very sophisticated, complex level. But most religion is thousands of years old, very, very out of date. They use the wrong metaphors. You can't relate to them very well. It's cognitively not complex enough for really learning this material. And it's also full of deep corruption and devilry. And that's the problem with most modern religion. And because of this, religion has gotten a bad rap and a negative stigma. So I even almost hesitate to say that actualize.org is like a religion, because people get the wrong idea about it. But really, the word religion is also a relative word. Religion can happen at different levels of spiritual, moral, and cognitive development. So religion, when it happens at spiral dynamic stage blue, is not a very good thing. Religion, when it happens at stage yellow or turquoise, is a very, very different beast.
It'd be cool if he had a whole episode of explaining what he means by religion. A lot of people use that word in many different ways. The way that I interpret it is very different from it seems like what he's talking about here. And we've got people like Jordan Peterson and John Vervaeke and these sort of newer folks who are talking about meaning and such like that. They kind of use the word religion in ways that are not quite similar to what I think is naturally used. And Leo seems to be doing something similar here, sort of weird kind of new way of thinking about religion, and it can be applied to all the different stages of development in the spiral dynamics. I'd love to hear him explain that a little bit more, to flesh it out. What does it mean for something to be a religion? I'd like to hear that.
Now, even though I say, free of corruption, it doesn't mean actualized org is completely free of corruption. I can still be corrupt. I still am corrupt in certain ways. As long as you're a human, as long as you're finite, you're always going to be corrupt in some way or another. So that's basically inescapable. So it's really not a question of whether you're free of corruption or not. It's a question of what degree of corruption do you have? And I consider modern Orthodox religions to be quite corrupt. Whereas compared to what I'm teaching, there are still corruptions in what I teach, just because I'm human, as well as something more. But
Okay.
I'm also in a very fortunate position that I'm financially independent and pretty well off, at least for now. And so because of this, even though there are sort of financial pressures upon me here and there, I could always want to earn more money and stuff and water down my teachings. But actually what I'm noticing is that as I'm developing myself and becoming more conscious, that's becoming less of an influence on me. And so I actually feel my teachings are getting more pure, more authentic, less corrupt.
Very good. I like to hear that.
There can still be corruptions here or there, so don't hold me to some sort of perfect standard. And the way that you overcome that problem of any corruptions in my teachings is by validating these things for yourself in your direct experience. And then my own personal limitations and corruptions won't so much affect you and be a problem. Because, hey, I got news for you. No matter who you're learning this stuff from, they're always going to have their spin on it, their own biases. They're always going to have some financial pressure placed upon them. There's always going to be some opportunity for corruption, and sometimes it can be severe. So do be mindful of that.
We will be aware.
And because of this, you shouldn't just blindly trust any spiritual teacher. And the best spiritual teachers will tell you, don't believe me, go out and test this stuff for yourself. And only if it's true for you, should you follow it and pursue it. And if it's not, then go follow something else. And that's what keeps you safe.
Okay. That was it. Thank you very much, Leo. Wow. For some reason, I feel like it just got so much better near the end. He seems much more kind near the end. He's being much more, well, it seems to me he's being much more clear with how he's describing these things. I like it. But you have to wade through like a couple of hours of nonsense first. That's just my opinion, though. He has his own order of operations. I don't know how he figures it out. It seems a little strange to me, though. Leo Gura, everybody. Leo Gura. We like to hear it. We like to see people with their diversity of tactics for teaching these things to many different folks out there in different levels of development and giving us different ways of understanding the world. Okay. We got some tea videos that you want to look at. If you look at this video from Mayleaf, you may be able to, if you go deep in the comments, you may be able to find me commenting on this video several years ago when I saw it. So I will not be watching this video about getting tea drunk. This other video, though, from Path of Cha, I haven't seen this one. But I don't have time to watch it today. So I'd love to watch it on Monday. That sounds like a fantastic idea for us to catch up on some tea stuff and some other cool things that we can do. We've got somebody who wants to watch a plating video. A disciple wants to watch a plating video, which we haven't, hasn't been on the radar. And we've been doing a lot of stuff and not really not developing in our tea or in our plating areas of development that are open for us. So on Monday, I think that'll be a good idea for Monday, but not for today. For today, I'm gonna be exiting stage left, getting myself some food because I'm hungry. So hopefully you guys have a beautiful, lovely weekend and take good care of yourselves. Kind of an important part of all of this. Make you feel good by doing nice things for yourself. And when I say nice things, I mean healthy things. So eating well, sleeping well, maybe a bit of exercise, get some sun, maybe talk to your friends, develop your social relationships is a very effective way of feeling well and making sure that the universe feels well too. So do all that stuff is pretty based, I like to say. Based on wholesomeness is more clear. So I'll see you guys on Monday. Please have a lovely weekend.